Welcome. Cowboy fans, cowboy haters alike. Behave though. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. It is Overreaction Monday. I don't know, we may even keep these going even during the off season. By the way, just to make sure you guys know, we will be covering the playoffs. This will be the place to cover all of the playoffs. We will be following a couple of teams in particular. I'm very interested to see what happens with the Detroit Lions and the Philadelphia Eagles, because they both have the best teams in the NFC. They both have super teams. And I am very interested to see how they both perform in the playoffs. And really, you think about Philly. I mean, we should really be looking at Philly. I mean, Jerry should really be looking at Philly and what Howie Roseman has done. And does it work? Does it work? So this will be the place for all of the playoffs. All of the playoffs. We'll be looking at both sides, NFC and AFC, but in particular the NFC. Overreaction Monday. Got a few topics as we get ready to come on and get started. Overreaction. Trey Lance is gone. As in gone to a good team or gone to a team as a starter. Overreaction number 2. Cooper Rush got screwed. Overreaction number 3. Mike McCarthy is gone. Overreaction number 4. Mike Zimmer is gone. Then we'll be looking at some of the playoffs, some of the coach firings. There's one in particular that I want to look at because of the quarterback. And this is what's going to happen for all these quarterbacks that people keep talking about are better than Dak Prescott, which there's no way I agree. But it's amazing to me, these quarterbacks that everyone keeps talking about, it's amazing to me how they're not winning, and it continues to be the coach's fault. We're going to talk about that and more today on Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. Let's get some greetings in here. Jared Thomas, Willie T, Jay Recruiter, what's going on? Brandy Mahoney, TME Greatness, what's going on? Kevin Howard, what's going on? Harvard, I think that says Harvard, what's going on? LaQueen, what's going on? All right. Everyone else, they'll catch up as they come in. If they don't come in, we still gonna talk Cowboys. So, let's talk about this game. Here we go. This game was absolutely insane. And when I think about this game, this is one of the reasons why I have such a problem with Mike McCarthy. These types of games, I mean, the game that we watch, it's kind of been, I mean, whether we realize it or not, that's kind of been Mike McCarthy in some of the big games. It's kind of been Mike McCarthy. It's kind of been this team. I don't know if we can blame it all on Mike McCarthy, but it's kind of been this team. To where you think about that game. That game looks like we have it absolutely wrapped up. Game over with, nothing else to talk about. I told y'all this, and I'm going to tell you again. I really like DaRon Bland. I believe the Cowboys should pay DaRon Bland. But let us not get it twisted. DaRon Bland does get burned, as cornerbacks do, but I'm just telling you, we better understand something. Bland gets burned. And we'll give Bland somewhat of a pass. I mean, Bland is kind of coming back from an injury. I mean, he hasn't complained about it. So, I mean, we can give him a pass if we want to. He hasn't complained about the injury. But I'm telling us, DaRon Bland definitely gets burned. He gets burned. And I'm interested to see what does he look like next season. Because Bland goes against some of these top flight cornerbacks. And I'm not saying he looks different, but some of them, Jamar Chase comes to mind. Who was it? Last week, A.J. Brown got him. This week, McLaughlin got him. That was crazy by Marcus Mariota. Marcus Mariota's performance, y'all, let me tell you something. This is the problem with this league. This league will bring in quarterbacks. And if they're not successful within their first 4 to 5 years, depending upon the teams they go to, they're done. They're going to have to work themselves all the way back through the cycle of being backup, and maybe someone gets hurt. They get an opportunity to play, and then somebody puts them back in the cycle. A la Geno Smith, anybody? I think, what's his name? It'll come to me in a moment. Jameis Winston, he may be about to go through that cycle. Marcus Mariota, I think Marcus Mariota could start. I'm telling you, I think Marcus Mariota could start for a team. Marcus Mariota got wheels on him. I don't know if y'all remember, but Marcus Mariota got wheels on him. Marcus Mariota came in that second half, and he did a number on the Cowboys. I mean, we literally thought the game was over. I was reading today, Dan Quinn, he took out Jaden Daniels. He took out Jaden Daniels simply because he had Jaden Daniels had 4 sacks, had gotten sacked 4 times in the first half, and he had a little leg soreness. And Dan Quinn says, enough's enough. Put him back in the box. We got a playoff game to play. And Jaden Daniels' legs have been a huge part of the offense for the Washington Commanders. But I'm telling you, man, this doggone Marcus Mariota, and they write off these quarterbacks a lot of times. They write off these quarterbacks. We don't develop quarterbacks like we used to in this league. And that's why you start seeing these guys like Marcus Mariota. What we're watching with Sam Darnold. Now, Sam Darnold. Watched him last night. This is the very reason why I'm not sold on Sam Darnold. J.J. McCarthy, get healthy, bro. This is your team next year. There ain't a thought. If I'm with the Minnesota Vikings, there isn't a thought in my mind. There isn't a thought in my mind about Sam Darnold being the starting quarterback for this team. Not if I'm the Minnesota Vikings. Thank you, Sam Darnold. Take us as far as you can get us in the playoffs. Super Bowl, fantastic. You can go to another team and get a big contract. But short of us winning the Super Bowl, I mean, if they win the Super Bowl, maybe it's a conversation. I don't even think they get close. I see Minnesota. We'll look at that today, too. We'll look at the playoff picture. Minnesota, wouldn't be surprised. Could be a one-and-done team. Not one and done, at least it'll be, they'll get to the second game. I'll be shocked if they go any further. But as it pertains to this Washington game, Mariota did a fabulous job. And the way the Cowboys lost, it's like this is the Cowboys. How do you lose that game in the way they lost it? I thought the game was over. I really thought. I said the Cowboys are about to do it again. The Cowboys are about to do it again. This is what I was thinking. I mean, and then Marcus Mariota, I mean, they scored. What was it, 20? The Washington Commanders scored on the Cowboys 20 points in the second half. What? 20 points. And let's give Trey Lance credit. 13 points. He came back with 13 points of his own in the second half, or the offense got 13 points. But Marcus Mariota, I mean, he was off the chain in that last drive. And it makes me go back to this. This is why this team needs Dak Prescott. This is why this team needs Dak Prescott. And not only does this team need Dak Prescott, this team needs someone who can call offensive plays and situational football better than Mike McCarthy. Better than Mike McCarthy. Because Mike McCarthy has been, I'm just telling y'all, man, Mike McCarthy has been kind of tripping this year. Mike McCarthy has been tripping this year when you kind of look at what happened, what transpired this season. And I wish someone could interview Mike McCarthy and ask him, what happened? What happened between last year and the Cleveland game? And what convinced you, Mike McCarthy, to go to a traditional West Coast offense? I just want to reflect on this for a moment, and I'm going to go back to the game, but I want to reflect on this for a moment because I want you to understand what I'm telling you. See, a lot of people do not understand what this team actually looks like with Dak Prescott because they're so blinded by hate. But let's go back to the magical Cooper Rush run. When you go back to the magical Cooper Rush run, when Dak Prescott gets hurt in the Buccaneers game. So I want you to see what this offense looks like with Cooper Rush and what this offense looks like with Mike McCarthy doing this dumb West Coast offense, even with Dak Prescott. But let's look at 2022. Kellen Moore. So this is Kellen Moore, 2022. Cooper Rush, 17-20, 23-16, 25-10, 22-10, 26-17. It's amazing. The Eagles just keep on exposing Cooper Rush. Dak Prescott comes back in, 24-6, 49-29, 31-28, 40-3. 28-20, 54-19, 27-23, 40-34, 40-34, 27-13. I mean, just look at these Cowboy games, 25-26. The Cowboys with Dak Prescott and playing teams like the Commanders team from the other day. Dak Prescott healthy sweeps both of those Commanders teams this year. Both of them. He sweeps both of them. Easy. Because if Cooper Rush and the team beat them the first time, and if Trey Lance and a limping defense almost beat them the second time, what do you think they do with Dak Prescott? With Dak Prescott and the Texas Coast offense. Because I want you to think about what happened. So the wild card game, Dak Prescott absolutely destroys the Buccaneers, come out against the 49ers. I don't even know who this team was in that 2023 game because I don't understand. If you go back and just examine this week versus this week. What in the world happened? And it wasn't just the 49ers were better. It wasn't just the 49ers were better. You got to look at the tape. The game plans were they were night and day on the game plans. The confidence level they played with against the Buccaneers versus the confidence level they played against the 49ers. You can even see it in the body language. That 2023, I can remember it like yesterday. When I saw the first drive by the Cowboys, I said, the body language is not the same. The body language is not the same. What's going on with the Cowboys? It's almost like, it's like you're about to fight somebody who you know can beat you up. And this goes back again, for me, it goes back again for, it's speaking to a mentality of a team. That the coach, they take on the mentality of the coach. People don't get that part. Teams resemble their coaches. They do. If your coach is mean and nasty, players going to be mean and nasty. Your coach is a finesse coach, you're going to be a finesse team. Let me tell you how I know this. Minnesota Vikings and Detroit Lions. Two different classes of team. Two different classes of team. They're in two different classes. Both of them good in their own right. I will take the Detroit Lions team 10 times out of 10 versus that Minnesota Vikings team. That Minnesota Vikings team is more of a finesse team. They're more of a finesse team. Finesse. Fancy even. Fancy. Little bit bougie. That's them. Minnesota Vikings. Coach, I like him. Love him. Very good attitude. Very good upbeat. Real cool with all the players. Knows the game. Yep, all those things. Real nice guy to talk to. Yeah. That's the Minnesota Vikings coach. Dan Campbell on the other hand. Just look at Dan Campbell. Don't look at the team yet. Look at Dan Campbell. Big dude. You can tell he's still in the weight room. Big dude. Muscular. Not clean shaven, kind of a little scruff going on. You can tell by looking at his teeth. He probably do some dipping. He look like one of them dudes. He be dipping out there on the field, probably practice spitting anywhere he want to on the sideline. So don't get tackled over there. You're going to get in that little, whatever he dipping, you're going to get in that dip spit. When he talks, he doesn't wax poetic. He talks like somebody that's still actually playing the game. And he talks down and dirty. And he has no regrets. So, why did you go for it right there on 4th and 3? Because I wanted to. Because I thought we could get it. We didn't get it. So what? We didn't get it. We'll get it next time. Dan Campbell is a down and dirty coach. And you can flat out tell he is down and dirty. Straight up. And when you look at the team play, the team plays like Dan Campbell. We'll be sitting back tripping on these 4th and 3s. But the team for Detroit, it's 4th and 3, man. Shoot, we going for this thing. They're not even looking back at the sideline no more. Just the quarterback. They're already, we're going for it on 4th and 3, guys. Let's get this thing. The mentality of the Detroit Lions, I'm telling y'all, and this is why the only team that can stop the Detroit Lions from going to the Super Bowl is another team with a dirty, downright menacing coach, the Philadelphia Eagles, because Nick Sirianni is a dog. You want to know why a lot of us don't like Nick Sirianni? Because he's the type of dude that will literally get his team to fight your team. Y'all tell me anything y'all want to. These kind of coaches I want. I want these type of coaches. That dude from Minnesota, he cool. Love him to death. And I'd play for him. I'd love to play for Dan Campbell. I would love to play for Dan Campbell. And I might not love playing for Sirianni, but I would play for Sirianni simply because I know that at the end of the day, this dude is crazy. He got dog in him. And when you look at us, we finessed the Buccaneers. But Kyle Shanahan is a different kind of coach too. Just look at him. Just listen to Kyle Shanahan talk. This dude is very cocky. He's been around players all his life. Some of his favorite players, Deion Sanders. Just watch how he walks. Just watch how he walks, how he talks, how he carries himself. Mike Shanahan walks around with a chip on his shoulder. He wants to prove that it's not just about his father. He wants to establish himself. And he's a downright dirty coach too. And look at his teams. Anybody notice how his teams play? We got beat by this 49ers team, and you're talking about mentality. 2023, Cowboys again. They open up 40, 30, 16, 38, 10, 20, 43, 28, 49, 33, 45, 41, 33, 10, 20. People don't understand. This is what this team is missing. Dak Prescott. People don't give Dak a lot of credit, but this season has shown me something, especially in the second half. This team not only needs Dak Prescott, but this team needs for Dak Prescott to be let off the chain. He needs to be let off the chain. Because Mike McCarthy came into this doggone season for some reason, and Mike McCarthy, 33-17 against the Browns, and then he goes to this generic West Coast offense. And then you start seeing something from Dak Prescott that's very uncharacteristic. The defense was terrible. The offensive line play was terrible. The play calling was terrible. You heard it by the time we got to the Detroit Lions game. First you heard Tom Brady complaining about it. Tom Brady said, Dak, there's nothing Dak could do. Tom Brady said it. He said Dak is playing with two hands tied behind his back. His wide receivers can get no separation. The line can't block. The defense can't stop anybody. Troy Aikman came back, threw the icing on the cake before the 49ers game also. Poor route combinations. Poor route concepts. Receivers not getting separation. CeeDee Lamb needs to play better. It took Troy Aikman to say those things. Tom Brady to say those things. Because they were both saying the same thing. There's a problem. It's not Dak Prescott. And if we keep listening to what Dak was saying, I said it early in the season, we listen to what Dak was saying. We're not practicing hard enough. Guys don't know their assignments. He was talking about the coaching. He was talking about the mentality of the team. And what we've watched this whole season has been the mentality of this team. And this is why they look so much different than 2022. It's not just the players. And this is where I believe Jerry Jones is with Mike McCarthy, whether we accept this or not. Jerry Jones is also here with Mike McCarthy. I think even Jerry Jones is tripping on the mentality of this team because you look at how different they look. And Jerry is a part of this because he refuses to do anything in free agency. He refuses to do anything as it pertains to the trade during the trade deadlines and all of that stuff. The drafts have not been as good the last 2 to 3 years. They're developing the players that they've drafted. They're not coming in and being immediate impact makers other than DeMarion Overshown. Can't stay healthy. And it's not his fault. I mean, these have just been some terrible injuries. But Jerry didn't give Mike anything. But I do believe what Jerry wanted to see from Mike McCarthy this year is the mentality. So what will you do with what are you going to do with what I leave you? And I think we watched Mike McCarthy battle Jerry Jones, as in he was mad he didn't get Aaron Jones. Didn't want to even fool with Ezekiel Elliott. I'm not saying I blame him. There's no way Zeke should have been back on this team. But Mike didn't do him no favors either, because Mike just didn't want to deal with Zeke. Mike didn't want to deal with Zeke like that. But when you look at this team this year, and that's Washington Commanders team, I'm going a long way around, but I'm coming around the mountain, because when you look at the last game, how do you lose that game? All the way down to Mike Zimmer. How do you lose it? At the end of the day, it comes down to play on the field. But how do you lose this game? But this is the Cowboys. This is the Cowboys in a nutshell. This has been the Cowboys in a nutshell under the Mike McCarthy reign. We good, but we fall short at the end. That's the Mike McCarthy's reign. I just thought it was the epitome of the entire 5-year run. Who didn't think they looked good yesterday? I thought they looked a whole lot better. I thought they looked a whole lot better than Trey Lance. Let's talk about Trey Lance. Trey Lance, to me, signified what could have been. Now, don't get it twisted. Don't confuse talent with being better than. Don't confuse talent, because I saw some comments on a video that I posted about Trey Lance, and I noticed that there were some people who were saying, well, Trey Lance is not only better, he's not only more talented than Cooper Rush, he's more talented than Dak Prescott. Don't confuse talent with better than. Talent may be intangibles only. Better than is the intangibles and the whole package. Not only the physical attributes, but the mental attributes. And when we look at quarterbacks overall, there are some who may be more talented, but they're not better. They're not better. I'll give you a prime example. If you're talking about pound for pound and you're talking about talent, I don't put Patrick Mahomes at the top of the mountain. Not if you're talking about talent. A lot of folk may not realize this. Lamar Jackson can throw the ball further than anybody in the league. I think it's Lamar Jackson. Y'all do not understand. Some people do not understand. Lamar Jackson has an absolute cannon. He can throw the ball further than anybody in this league. And if there's a person that can challenge him, it's Josh Allen. Josh Allen has a cannon. Straight up. Josh Allen has a cannon. Josh Allen may be able to throw it further than Lamar. But it's between those two throwing the ball the furthest. But let's flip the script. But if we're talking about arm talent as it pertains to ball placement, well, now we got a different story. But let's stay on talent. Who's the fastest quarterback in the league? Probably Lamar Jackson. He's probably the fastest quarterback in the league. Who's the best running quarterback in the league? That's probably Lamar Jackson. And it ain't even no probably, it is. Who's the second best running quarterback? Josh Allen. It's not even close. When you start looking at physical attributes, now we got to tilt the scale towards Josh Allen. Big, strong, strapping. Josh Allen. They are the two most talented quarterbacks in the league. They're not the best quarterback or best quarterbacks in the league. The best quarterback in the league is Patrick Mahomes. Because it's not just his physical attributes. It's not just his talent. It's his mental game, how he applies it on the field, how he sees things. And while he can't throw the furthest or the farthest, his ball placement is incredible. It's incredible. It's incredible. It is incredible where he can put the ball, how he can put it there, the touch he has on the ball, the way he runs. Because he's such a technician with the way that he throws. It makes him the smartest runner. Because once they turn their backs, because they're so concerned about what he's doing, he just runs out of the backfield for about 15 to 20. So don't get it confused when we're talking about talent. So if you're going to say that Trey Lance is more talented than Dak Prescott, he is more talented in certain areas. What do you mean he can run better than Dak Prescott? Well, he can. I mean, who's going to argue that? He can run faster than Dak Prescott. He can break tackles better than Dak Prescott. Yep, true. Throwing the ball. I'm not sure if Dak Prescott can throw the ball as far as Trey Lance. Trey Lance, 6'4", 223. He's talented. He's got a cannon on him. But now let's get into being a quarterback. He's not even close to Dak Prescott. He's not even close. He's not close as in being a better quarterback than Dak Prescott. Because now we got to start digging into the other things. Now we got to dig into how he sees the game. Now we got to dig into the ball placement. Now we got to deal into all the things about reading defenses and all of those things. Dak Prescott is far and above a better quarterback than Trey Lance. But when it comes to talent, he's head and shoulders more talented than Cooper Rush. But as it pertains to Dak Prescott, he's not head and shoulders more talented than Dak Prescott. But if we're talking about just pure talent, I would give him the edge. But if you say now, who's the best quarterback? He's not close. Y'all may not realize it, but this is the part that Trey Lance is working on. He's got to work on being a quarterback. And that's why he needs more reps and more reps and more reps. And he needs about a year or two. He needs a year or two so he can become a quarterback. But when it comes to Cooper Rush being quarterback versus Trey Lance being the quarterback, where Cooper Rush may be up here, the problem with Cooper Rush, there's no other intangibles. The way he throws the ball. Anybody look at the way Trey Lance threw the ball? It looked totally different. Anybody look at how he threw the deep balls? Looked totally different. Cooper Rush is adequate. Adequate. But there's nothing. You think about Cooper Rush. There is nothing that Cooper Rush does that says, boy, Cooper Rush does that extremely well. Nope. Nope. There's nothing that says that. Nothing. And you need some of those things when it comes to beating teams. And this is why when he gets to these good and better teams, he totally falls apart, because there's nothing about him that you say that he does better. For all the people who say, oh, he's better than Cooper Rush, I mean, he's better than Dak Prescott. They're liars, of course. And you say, well, what can he do better than Dak? Crickets. At least with Trey Lance, you could say, what does he do better than Dak? Run. I mean, at least you could say something. And that's why Trey Lance, yesterday, I looked at Trey Lance and said, what could have been? What could have been? Had the Cowboys given Trey Lance the kind of leeway they gave Cooper Rush. Cooper Rush comes out when he first begins to start. I mean, Cooper Rush, for the most part, people may not realize it, but Cooper Rush, for the most part, stunk. He stunk when they first let him start. He stunk. He stunk against the Eagles. He stunk against the Texans. Did better against the Commanders. Somebody was saying something the other day. They said, did you see what Cooper Rush did against the Washington Commanders versus what Trey Lance did against the Washington Commanders? But I'm not giving you that, because when you allow Cooper Rush to get in 2 games, he basically got in 2.5 games. And then when they came against the Commanders, they had a game plan. Rico Dowdle running the ball. I mean, they had a game plan, and Rico didn't tear it up, but he was 19 for 86. The defense was very stout. I mean, you look at the score of the game, it was absolutely crazy. The Cowboys scored 24 points in the fourth quarter. It was really insane when you look at it. They scored 24 points in the fourth quarter. And they were all from like fluky plays. Kickoff return, onside return. I mean, it's crazy stuff going on in the fourth quarter. While he may have, his stats, you look, yeah, man, stats were great, but it was only like 10 to 9 in the third quarter. Kind of similar to this game in a sense. Trey Lance, 10 points. I mean, their actual stats look similar. The only difference is the 2 TDs by Cooper Rush. But where I give Trey Lance credit is, but they were able to score in the red zone. He was a part of the red zone threat. They were able to do some things without him that they couldn't do with Cooper Rush. But at the end of the day, you know, they're both still only got the 19-point, 20-point average, of which I think if Trey Lance had gotten more opportunities, had he gotten the start against the Texans and the Eagles, what would he look like by the third game? Because one thing about Trey Lance I actually like, he's not afraid to go deep. He's not afraid to go deep. He needs more reps. And the problem is, you know, people are saying some of the passes that he throws, you know, he throw a good pass and he throw a bad pass. Some of them were a little high and things of that nature. He hasn't played enough to get a touch on the game. Anybody who's played this game understands something. Practice is not the same as the real game. Practice gets you ready for the real game, but the game speed is different. You can't hit each other in practice no more. The game speed is different. So you need more time to get into this thing at game speed. But Trey Lance, I'm telling you, Trey Lance to me showed me everything that could have been. Because the game yesterday, I mean, like I'm saying, man, it's like this is the typical Cowboy stuff. When do we get back to, and this is why people don't understand when we talk about these 90s Cowboys. This wasn't them. This wasn't them. When the Cowboys got in close games in the 90s, you wasn't even worried about it. Even though it was not many, but when they were close, you didn't worry about it. And you didn't worry about it, and it wasn't because of just Troy Aikman. You didn't worry about it because you knew you had the best line in football. And you had the best running back in football, arguably. You didn't worry about it because you pretty much knew, well, there's nobody that can really stop us. You pretty much knew we got a top 10 defense. We're going to stop. We're going to get the stop that we need. We're not like that no more. We're not like that. Who can tell me on the end of that drive the last drive yesterday, who can tell me on that last drive they were thinking in their minds, we got this. We got this. Our defense is about to come out here and they're going to stop the Washington Commanders and we're going to go home with a win. No one thought that. I was looking at this drive unfold going, tell me it ain't so. Tell me it ain't so. Well, it was so. And this has been, it's been the Cowboys' whole thing up under Mike McCarthy. We got to get a different mentality. We have to get a different mentality. And we're going to have to get this mentality to where not only can we pull out games, but we close out games because we're better than teams. Let me read a couple of super chats, and then I'm going to read some of your comments. I'll skip down in and out and through, but let me give these super chats. Karen Dugwood says, quick appearance. Brad and Turpin, Blend and Turpin is my new baby. Yeah. Appreciate that $2 super chat, Karen. Yeah, I'm really Turpin. I don't know what else to tell us about Turpin. We have a problem. And I'm going to do this. I'm going to go more in depth on this during the week. But the Cowboys have a problem. The Cowboys have 30 free agents. 30 free agents. And Cavonte Turpin is on that list. He's a restricted free agent, but he's on that list. And the question is will the Cowboys sign him? Will they sign him? Because these restricted free agents, if I'm not mistaken, what that means is the restricted free agents, they get an opportunity to hit free agency, as in, what will somebody offer them? And then the team gets first dibs at matching the offer. It says here, players with 3 accrued seasons who have received a qualifying offer from their current team, if in restricted free agent signs, it's bad grammar by that, their current team has a couple of days to match the offer to keep the player. If the current team doesn't match the offer, they may receive draft choice compensation. So it boils down to, if a team offers more to Cavonte Turpin than the Dallas Cowboys, they'll get the opportunity to match it. But if they don't match it, then they get draft compensation, and you don't get to, if I'm not mistaken, you don't just get to say, well, we rate him as a first rounder. I mean, you got to be fair about how you rate him. But let's say they rate Cavonte Turpin as a 3rd or 4th round draft pick. And you're a team with multiple draft picks. I'd be willing to lose that. Because who are you going to go in the draft and be better than Cavonte Turpin and make the impact that he can make on your team? Man, I'm telling you, I hope we can keep Cavonte Turpin. But Cavonte Turpin is in for a payday. He's 28 years old. Cavonte Turpin has come up through the gutter, man. His story is a success story. He has come up through the gutter, and he has proven himself. It is time for him to get paid. It is time for him to get paid. I'm glad you asked that, Karen. Let's look at something else here. Let's look at Cavonte Turpin's contract. Cavonte Turpin's contract is it's highway robbery. I mean, and it's not the Cowboys' fault, but it's highway robbery because he had to prove himself. And so he basically, look at this, Karen. Look at the deal. Look at the deal he got, y'all. They got Cavante Turpin on a 3-year, $2.5 million deal. Who in the world don't think this man is worth more than that? Cavante Turpin has been invaluable on this team. I'm going to do, here in the next couple of days, I'll be doing my player evaluation for the 2024 season. This dude, Cavante Turpin, has been off the chain. The Cowboys got him on a salary of 2.5, 2022, 705, 870 in 2023. He made 985 in 2024. Who don't think that Cavante Turpin was worth more than 985 in 2024? Cavante Turpin should be getting somewhere around what, $3 to $6 million a season? Easy. I will not be surprised if he's offered something like a 3-year, $21 million deal with maybe $15 million guaranteed, somewhere in that range. Someone's going to make that offer. I will not be surprised, y'all. Oh, man, Karen, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. There is a chance that Cavante Turpin may not be on this Cowboys team. There is a chance that Cavante Turpin is not going to be on this Cowboys team. And I hate it because I like the fire in Cavante Turpin. I like the way he plays the game. He's, and one thing about these shorter guys like him, I got a son, one of my sons, he's short, and we always make fun of him because, boy, he is an athletic beast. Because he plays with a chip on his shoulder. Everything he does, watch out. He does not go to the park. He doesn't come to the family games. He doesn't do anything without always trying to go above and beyond because he wants to prove to everybody he's better than everybody, even though he's smaller and shorter. But you find out a lot about some of these shorter guys. Way more athletic. They're either quick, fast, and got a big chip on their shoulder because they always want to prove they can play with the big boys. When you look at this dude's stature, and he's out here playing professional football against 200, 300-pound dudes, I would love to have Cavante Turpin on my team. But he got to get paid. He's earned it. He got to get paid. He's got to get paid. And Brandon Aubrey, let me tell you, these two guys right here to me, they have been fantastic. They have been fantastic on this team. And the Cowboys, and this is the Cowboys' way. They get top heavy, but then they try to find bargains. They go shopping for bargains, and sometimes they find them. And in Cavante Turpin and in Brandon Aubrey, they found him. Look at Brandon Aubrey's salary. Karen, 3 years, $2.6 million? Might as well say 2.7. He hit us for $750 2023, $915 in 2024. I got news for us. This 2025, it ain't happening. I do not believe it's happening. I do not believe 2025. I want y'all to look at his age. See, Brandon Aubrey came up through the gutter too. Brandon Aubrey, let me go back here for a second. Brandon Aubrey, I think he comes, so this is who he's played for. And of course, these aren't NFL teams. I thought he was a soccer player. Played for the Birmingham Stallions. And he played for, who is this? Played for Toronto FC. I'm thinking this is like a soccer team or something. But whatever the case may be, Brandon Aubrey is an older player. I mean, a lot of people don't realize this. Brandon Aubrey is an older player. Brandon Aubrey got to get it while he can. And so Brandon Aubrey will be 30 years old next year. He's not kicking for this. He is not kicking for this. Karen, I will not be the bearer of bad news on this part. I don't think he's going anywhere. But I can tell you this, he ain't kicking for this. He is not kicking for this. The Cowboys, even though they're going to flip some switches, contrary to Brian Broaddus trying to disparage YouTubers. Stop it, Brian Broaddus. We know the salary cap, not as good as you do, but thankful the internet gives us a lot of information that you guys have access to, and we know doggone well that these switches can be flipped. Jerry Jones has verified it. When they flip the switch on Dak, flip the switch on CD, flip the switch with Terrence Steele, or cut him, cut the safeties, redo CD, flip the switch on CD, probably do something with Trayvon Diggs. They'll have about $120 million somewhere in there. But because they have some 30 free agents, 30. Some of that money is going to have to go to signing some of these guys. They got to sign Brandon Aubrey because, I'm sorry, Brandon ain't kicking for that. I can tell y'all now, Brandon Aubrey ain't kicking for that. Brandon Aubrey is in a position, unlike Avonte Turpin, well, he's a restricted free agent anyway. But Brandon Aubrey is in the catbird seat in this. Because if he holds out, who do they get? Who do they get? I wouldn't even be playing around with this if I was the Cowboys. Brandon Aubrey would be top priority for me if I'm the Cowboys. I don't care if he does have another year. I'm not even playing with this fire. I am going to sign Brandon Aubrey. Because if I don't sign Brandon Aubrey holds out a few games, comes back and kicks before the deadline of him being able to have it qualified as a season. He definitely don't kick here in 2026. He definitely will not be kicking here in 2026 because somebody's going to offer him the bank. If I'm the Cowboys, I'd take care of Brandon Aubrey now. I would take care of Brandon Aubrey now. I'll be doing some more stories on Brandon Aubrey here in the offseason. Alex, what's going on? Appreciate that $4.99 super chat. Alex said, what's going on, G? What guys should Cowboys re-sign this offseason? Yeah, I think we're gonna do a whole show on that tomorrow. That's gonna be our whole show. And would you be surprised if McCarthy chooses to leave the Cowboys? Okay, so we're going to do the whole show tomorrow on all these 30 free agents. And who the Cowboys should who the Cowboys should re-sign. So stay tuned for that tomorrow. But I have Mike McCarthy on the list as should Mike McCarthy stay. Now, problem is, it isn't up to Mike McCarthy if he stays, Alex. Mike McCarthy wants to stay with the Cowboys. I'm not sure if Jerry Jones, and we're going to see something between Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones. I think Stephen Jones and Jerry Jones may be in a little bit of a battle here. Mike Fisher is reporting that Stephen Jones wants to get the ball rolling on Mike McCarthy. And let me skip up to the Mike McCarthy issue since you gave us that super chat supporting the channel. Appreciate it. So let's go ahead and talk about it. Stephen Jones wants to go ahead and get the ball rolling on Mike McCarthy. But Jerry Jones, on the other hand, Jerry is not in a hurry on the Mike McCarthy thing. Now, what does that mean? Y'all might not remember this. But I told y'all this the other day. Y'all gonna call me a prophet before it's over. I'm not saying this based on any inside information I have. I'm basing this off of listening to Jerry Jones. And Jerry Jones clearly said last week, I'm in no hurry to sign none of these coaches. What does that mean? January 14th is D-Day. For any coach that has not been, see, Mike McCarthy hasn't been fired. So this is why teams have to ask, can they talk to Mike McCarthy? They have to ask if they can talk to Mike McCarthy. Well, the Bears, the Bears have asked the Cowboys, can they talk to Jerry Jones? And Jerry Jones says, go right ahead. Go right ahead. Jerry Jones isn't concerned. He isn't concerned, Alex, about Mike McCarthy talking to the Chicago Bears. And y'all might not remember it, but I said this. Something to me isn't right and wasn't right about the fact that Jerry Jones had been talking about how good Mike McCarthy was. Y'all remember what I said? Hold on a second. Who are you trying to convince? Who you trying to convince? Because, okay, Jerry, you did it one time. You did it 2 times. You did it 3 times. Now we're sitting here like, oh, okay, Jerry, we know, even in the losses, Jerry, even in the loss against the Eagles, even in the loss against Texas, even in the loss against the Bengals, okay, Jerry, we get it. You're fully confident in Mike, as Jerry said. The team hadn't quit on Mike. All right, Jerry, we get all this. But you got to stop telling us how pretty Mike is. Well, when you going to put a ring on it? How much, if you a woman, how much can one of your girlfriends tell you, ooh, girl, I really like him. He nice. He take me out to eat. He courteous. He give me money. Okay, you telling me all these good things about him. Oh, you going to date him? Ooh, girl, he just too nice. He just not what I'm. Well, you're going to shut up telling me about him. Stop telling me about him if you're not going to date him. What are you going to do with him then? What are you going to do with him? Because eventually, he going to say, well, I'm going to just, hey, you know what? I've been doing this and this and this and this girl this, and I'm going to move on. The Chicago Bears. They want to speak to Mike McCarthy. Okay. Jerry Jones has been doing all this talk. Do y'all know Jerry Jones could sign Mike McCarthy right now as we speak? And he might sign him tomorrow. Who knows? But up until the 14th, Jerry Jones can sign Mike McCarthy. And he could have signed him at any point during the season. Why didn't he? You're talking how good Mike McCarthy is? Team hadn't quit on him. Super Bowl winning coach. But you still haven't signed him. And I told y'all, it sounded like to me that Jerry was saying without saying, well, how about we let somebody come get Mike McCarthy? Because if someone comes and gets Mike McCarthy, then it's not so much about us not re-signing Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy found a place that he wanted to go, and he went there. And we wish Mike McCarthy the best. It seems like to me, they've been trying to set this up, or at least Jerry. I don't know if Steven is quite there. But it's like Jerry has been setting this up to where if I don't want Mike back. So I want somebody to want Mike. Same thing people do in a relationship sometimes. They hope somebody come and get somebody. Oh, well, you know what? He decided to go on about his business, girl. He found somebody. No, he didn't find somebody else. You didn't want him. He had to move on. The man was pulling out all stops, giving you everything that he has. And you still didn't want him. Do we realize that Mike McCarthy has literally poured out his heart to the Cowboys? I don't know what else to say. This is a football business. I feel sorry for Mike McCarthy in a sense. I mean, he's literally poured his heart out to the Cowboys. But there's really been no response from Jerry Jones. Mike McCarthy said in the press conference last night he wants to be with the Cowboys. I mean, how many times can the man say it? He's put it out there in the court of public opinion. But what Jerry says right here, you look at this article real quick, Alex, since you asked. Mike Fisher is reporting. Cowboys Jerry Jones reveals unofficial response to Mike McCarthy tied with the Bears. Does Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy want to move to the Chicago Bears, or is this a leverage play with Jerry Jones? Now, let me tell you what Mike Fisher is saying. Y'all do know that if if Mike McCarthy comes back, we do know that now Mike McCarthy is going to have some leverage on the Dallas Cowboys. Because now if you want me back, well, here are my demands. Money. And let's go gangsta on this, Alex. There are 3 things that a man wants, or a woman wants: money, power, respect. That's what Mike McCarthy is going to want if he resigns with the Dallas Cowboys. Money, power, respect. Let us count these ways. Money. Mike McCarthy is not even mid-pack in coaches being highest paid, if I'm not mistaken. The Cowboys have the lowest salary amongst coaches in the league. One of the lowest. They're worth the most. Just go start digging in the rich men's pockets if you want to. You'll find them jokers are so, man, them jokers are so cheap. They are cheap. That's how they got the money. The coaches, there's no salary cap. And because there's no salary cap, that comes off of the bottom line in a sense. And so they're not trying to pay coaches $10, $15 million. I'm sorry, I just think different. It take money to make money for me. If I got the most valuable sports franchise in the world, not only am I going to have one of the dopest facilities in the world like the Cowboys do, you better believe I'm not bargain shopping when it comes to my coaches. I'm going to pay the money to have the best coaches I can have. I don't care who they are. This whole league would be mad at me. This whole league would be mad at me. Because the more I win, the more money I'm going to get. The more money I'm going to get. I am going to pay my coaches in this league if it's me. Andy Reid, the Kansas City Chiefs owner, he wouldn't want to look at me in the coaches in the owners meetings. He wouldn't want to look at me. I'm going after the Andy Reids. I'm going after the Ben Johnsons. I'm going after the Glens from Detroit. Guys like that. I'm paying them top dollar. I'm going after the Howie Rosemans. I'm going after these guys if I'm the owner. Because for me, if I'm an owner of a football team, man, winning is everything for me. I'm not worried about it because money come with winning. It should. Mike McCarthy is saying something. If you resign me, I want money. You're going to pay me more than $3 or $4 million. I want money. Number 2, I want power. I want more power this time. I want more power. I don't want to be jacking around with if I want Aaron Jones, you bring in Ezekiel Elliott. If I want to re-sign with you, Jerry, when I say I want Aaron Jones, then doggone it, I want Aaron Jones. I want power. Number 3, I want respect. I want respect. I want you to allow me to coach this team. Empower me and give me the respect that I deserved. Give me the respect I deserve. Do y'all know Mike McCarthy is starting to, and I don't blame him. Mike McCarthy is starting to toot his own horn. Mike McCarthy said last week, I know how to build a team. I know how to run a team. Tell him, Mike. Well, tell him. If nobody gonna talk about you, who will? You better tell folks sometimes. You let folks see it, and if they're ignoring what they're seeing, well, sometimes you gotta, hey man, sometimes, man, like Kendrick Lamar, sometimes you gotta pop out on somebody. Sometimes you gotta pop out and tell somebody, hey, hold on a second, man. Hold on a second. Sometimes you gotta pop out. Mike been popping out. He has been. He's been popping out. We're gonna listen to Mike McCarthy in a moment. Since you brought that up, Alex, and I appreciate you again supporting the channel. We're gonna listen to the Mike McCarthy interview. Man, people better pay attention, man. Mike McCarthy is saying, hey man, I want money, power, and respect. And Jerry is saying something else. I want Super Bowls. And I want Super Bowls my way. I don't care if I don't play in free agency. I want you to win. I don't care if I don't get you the running back that you want. I expect you to win. I want you to win no matter what. That's Jerry Jones. Y'all better hear me. Mike McCarthy, Mike McCarthy is saying everything as he needs to say as far as he wants to be with the Cowboys. But Jerry Jones has been giving out this lip service about how good Mike McCarthy is and how respected he is and how much you like him and blah, blah, blah. Put up, shut up. Beyonce said put a ring on it. Jerry, shut up. Well, Jerry is starting to shut up, isn't he? Listen to this. Mike Fisher says, nonetheless, the question of him retaining his job will become the defining question of the Cowboys offseason. And because he's about to be a free agent on January the 14th with a window from now to then during which other teams can court him, if given Dallas's permission, could he turn elsewhere if this current team decides to move on? Look at this. Could he turn elsewhere even if the Joneses want to keep him? McCarthy absolutely wants to stay with the Cowboys under the terms of an extension. Meanwhile, Agent Don Yee is trying to create a bidding war. You think? See, I've been trying to teach people. Don't just talk football, know football. Learn football. I've been trying to teach people about football business. The business of football. The business of football as in negotiating. See, folks still don't get this part. Someone was saying that if Trey Lance would have did this, and this, it would look even more crazy for the Dallas Cowboys to sign Dak Prescott. No, it wouldn't have. Because one, Dak Prescott's better than Trey Lance. Number two, Dak Prescott had negotiating power because I am telling you, Todd Francis, when he went to the Dallas Cowboys, if you think he went in there with just a crayon and a blank sheet of paper, doodling on it, saying, Jerry, sign Dak Prescott to $231 million because he deserves it and because you like him and because I like him and because of this, that, and the other. Nope. Todd Francis went in there with information. Jerry, sign him. Oh, we got 3 other teams ready to sign him. Folk don't understand the business of football. You don't sit down with men talking about millions of dollars and men just sign you because they have to. No, they don't. They don't have to sign you. Stephen Jones talked about it the other day. The Denver Broncos, they ate that Russell Wilson money. You know why? They thought he was terrible. And there was nothing that Russ was doing on the field that showed them otherwise. They were willing to eat that money. But if you look at what Dak Prescott has shown you on the field, oh, he good enough. He more than good enough to win a Super Bowl with. And there were other teams who were saying, let us have Dak Prescott. Put Dak Prescott in San Francisco with everything Brock Purdy has had for the last 2 years. Christian McCaffrey at the top of his powers. Put Dak Prescott in there. Jerry Jones would have cried himself to sleep every night. Dak Prescott gets you at least 2 with that San Francisco squad. At least 2. And with that play calling, Kyle Shanahan, no. You don't come to the negotiating table unless you have something to negotiate with. Now, Don Yee, Chicago Bears, they won't talk to Mike McCarthy. You know what Don Yee wants? Let's get some stuff down on paper. What's the offer? What are they willing to offer Mike McCarthy to come be the coach of the Chicago Bears? And you know what Don Yee gonna do? Don Yee gonna take that paper. He's going to take that paper and he's going to go sit in front of Jerry Jones and say, now, if you want Mike McCarthy, pow, here it is. You at least got to beat this. This is what they offered Mike McCarthy. This is what they're offering him. Money. This is the money they're going to pay him. Power. They're going to let him do this and that, in not only in the draft, free agency, trade deadline. Respect. They're going to empower him to run the team. They're saying he's running all football operations, Jerry. Pow, there it is. This is exactly what Don Yee wants. This is what he wants, Alex. But I'm going to tell y'all something. Hey, man, I'm going to tell you something. I don't know how to put it, but I'm just going to say it like this. I got to give Jerry credit, man. Jerry being a G on this. Jerry being a G on this in a sense. Jerry standing on business. Now, we'll see how this turns out between now and the 14th. But as it stands today, because that's what this whole thing is about. When you start talking about bidding. See, that's what Don Yee wants to create, a bidding war. Because when you create a bidding war, now you make somebody put up a shut up. Jerry's standing on business on this thing. Chicago has issued a request to the Cowboys who can opt to block it. Will they do so? Considers this Jones's unofficial response to the question of what he'd do if McCarthy wants to talk to other teams. Jerry Jones, I'd say go talk. Jones said pleasantly, I don't want anybody here who doesn't want to be here. What? This is straight G talk right here. This is straight G talk. Now, this is Jerry. This is Jerry saying, in a sense, and trying to put mental pressure on Mike McCarthy. I'm not in the keeping business. I tell folks this. Don't be in the keeping business. Don't keep nobody that do not want to be kept. Now, Mike McCarthy wants to be here. But as I teach my sons, you have to be careful in these relationship businesses. And as I said yesterday, from the pulpit, you teach people how to treat you. You teach them. You teach them how to treat you. You teach them how to treat you by what you tolerate. By what you tolerate. So, see, now we're in a tug of war in this relationship now, Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones, because Mike McCarthy is about to teach Jerry how to treat him. There's somebody else that want me if you don't. There's somebody else that's willing to sign me, Jerry, if you don't. But Jerry Jones in this tug of war is saying, but if you want to be here, if you want to be with me, then you're going to be with me under my stipulations, under what conditions I set, by what I say goes. You want to be here? That's how you're going to be here. And Mike McCarthy is saying, I want to be there, but some things got to change. Money, power, respect. We're about to watch and see who really wants to do what. They're saying that this is unofficial, but it might as well be official. This is official. They've already started this negotiation. Jerry is doing what Jerry does, and Mike better recognize something. Jerry ain't the one. Jerry likes all this in the public opinion stuff. And Mike McCarthy, unlike some of these players, he might not fare too well in the court of public opinion. Because while there are some of these Cowboys people like the Johnsons and the Aikmans talking about bringing back, even though I hadn't heard them here lately, there's a lot of other people saying this team needs to change. I'm one of them. I think it needs to change. I think Mike may have taken this team as far as he can take it, and I think I appreciate what Mike has done, but when you look at these playoff teams, I'm looking at dog mentalities. I'm looking at dog mentalities. And with Mike McCarthy, I'm looking at AI. I'm looking at artificial intelligence. And the reason why I say that is because Mike McCarthy, Alex, he all about them analytics and stuff. And in my opinion, those analytics, they be betraying him on so many levels. They betray him on so many levels. All right, I'm going to go to some of your comments. Then I'm going to get back to another couple of subjects here. I think we'll listen to Mike McCarthy. What we'll do, I'm going to read some of your comments, then we're going to get back to the show. I'm going to come midway down, so if I hadn't greeted you, I'll greet you in the second part here. Let me kind of start with, I'm going to start here at Ice Cold Cowboy. He says Trey has potential, just needs to be on the gridiron to evaluate correctly. Yeah, he needs more reps. He needs more reps. And let's be real, there's no use in arguing about it. Trey Lance is not better than Dak Prescott, so we don't even need to have that argument. But he's better than Cooper Rush. I think he's better than Cooper Rush simply because Cooper Rush is a quarterback where you can tell me, while Trey Lance is not better than Dak Prescott, you can tell me something that he's better than Dak Prescott at. But when it comes to Cooper Rush, there's nothing you can tell me he's better than Dak Prescott at. Nothing. You can compare Cooper Rush to many other back. Let me tell you something. You tell me anything you want to. This kid McKee from the Eagles, shoot, he runs circles around, man. He runs circles around Cooper Rush. This dude here runs circles around Cooper Rush. I'm blown away. I am blown away at this third-string quarterback that the doggone Philadelphia Eagles have. This Tanner McKee kid, he better than Cooper Rush. He went 27 to 41, 269, and 2 touchdowns. This dude fresh off the bench, third string quarterback. And when you look at him, go look at the tape on him. Go look at the tape. He looked way better than Cooper Rush. He looked way better than Cooper Rush. And so when you start talking about Trey Lance, see, we can name a thing or two that Trey Lance does better than Dak. He's just not a better quarterback. But I think if a team gives him a shot and they're willing to have these growing pains with him, They're going to have to be willing to have some growing pains because Trey Lance, man, it's going to take him a season. And people don't understand. Being a quarterback in high school and college is different than the pros. It's different. Timing, ball placement, it's everything. You can't run your way. Jaden Daniels is going to learn this. Jalen Hurts already knows this. The Michael Vicks of the world, they know this. At the end of the day, these defenses, these defensive coordinators and the pros, they're smart. It is hard for these running quarterbacks to run their teams to Super Bowls. Ask Lamar Jackson. I told you, he's the most talented quarterback in the league. Most talented. But he only has 2 playoff wins like Dak Prescott. That's not knocking him. Him and Dak Prescott, they're top 5 quarterbacks. But they can't do it on their own. And in particular, running quarterbacks, they're not running you to Super Bowl wins. Because what these defensive coordinators will do is that they will stop them from running the ball, and then they'll say, now you're going to beat me with your arm. I mean, hey, man, just come down with 8 in the box. Single high safety. Beat me. You won't tell Dak Prescott that. Dak Prescott was destroying those type of defenses. Go look at Dak's record against teams that blitz. Just go look at it. Go look at teams when they play against Dak Prescott with all that 8 in the box jump. Just go look at it. It's astounding. There are 2 quarterbacks in particular you don't do that to. Dak and Patrick Mahomes. The cover 2s, that stuff came because of Patrick Mahomes and Dak Prescott. Because teams figured out you can't beat those 2 quarterbacks with 8 in the box, because if you let them get you one-on-one, man-to-man, they're going to destroy you because of their pre-snap reads and how they read as they drop back. And so what teams started doing to Dak Prescott, it started with the 49ers. Kyle Shanahan, people don't understand. He's got a lot of respect for Dak Prescott. Matt LaFleur, Green Bay Packers, got a lot of respect for Dak Prescott. They understand what he is. They understand his mind in a sense. So what did they do? Drop everyone in the coverage and rush 4. Folk don't understand how hard it is to throw in 7-man coverage. See, some folks sit back and think they know everything. Man, you get your butt out there and try to throw against 7 men with only 1 wide receiver and everyone else, no one knows their name. You go out there and do that. Good luck. Good luck. It ain't happening. You got to have somebody that can run people out of that cover 2. That's why the Ravens went and got them a running back. You got to get somebody that can run other than Lamar Jackson. You got to get somebody to run them out of that cover 2. The Kansas City Chiefs, they started figuring it out too without Tyreek Hill running past the coverage. Tyreek Hill catching 10-yard passes, taking them for 60. We better find a way to run the ball because teams, they're going to run that cover 2 on Mahomes, and we don't have a receiver the caliber of Tyreek Hill no more. So what do? You got to get somebody to run them out of that cover 2. But with Trey Lance, you're not even at that point yet. You're not even at that point. You can put 8 in the box on Trey Lance. His ball placement, his accuracy, it isn't there yet. He needs a team that's going to be able to commit a season to him. He does. He does. And immediately in free agency, if a team wants him, and I'm gonna do a whole thing on Trey Lance, they got to get him immediately. They can't even wait on Trey Lance. They got to get him immediately. They need to get Trey Lance in the building as quickly as possible and start evaluating him as Ice Cold Cowboys talking about. Let's see. Let me make sure here. Free agency begins when? Let's see. Forgot. Let's see. When does it begins? So free agency begins March the 12th. If I'm a team and I need a quarterback in this draft, I'm actually going to go ahead and get Trey Lance right now. I need to get him in the building now. I need a playbook in his hand now. I need a coach in his ear now. I need him on the field unofficially now. I need to start looking at tape, which little I have, and I need to start evaluating like, okay, what do we need to do? Because if we're going to take a chance on Trey Lance and bypass this weak quarterback draft we have in 2025, so what do we need to do with Lance? How can we get him up and running fast? I'd have to get him now. Trey Lance needs serious reps. He needs serious work. And I think he's going to be okay. I believe Trey Lance is going to be okay. I don't have no issues with Trey Lance. I think he's going to be okay. He's just not the quarterback for the Cowboys. He's just not the quarterback for the Cowboys. Kevin Edwards said, Lone Star, Allen isn't crap without his line. And what is his current center name? Okay, I'm not too sure on. I'm sure you're talking about Josh Allen. Alex, there it is. He tends to overthrow a lot. That's it. See, people don't understand how skillful some of these guys are, including Dak Prescott. You have to understand that when you got a powerful arm, and this is one of Josh Allen's problems, and they've kind of, McDermott has done a good job, him and the OC, they've done a good job of taming him this year. Josh Allen thinks he can put a ball anywhere, but he can't. Because his arm is so strong, he thinks he can place it anywhere, but he can't. People do not understand that when you're throwing the football, and let's say that you're throwing a 20-yard out route, they're in zone coverage. Linebacker is 10 yards. He's midway between that 20-yard throw. When you got a powerful arm, you say, oh, I can get that there. No problem. It's not the problem of can you get it there, but can you get it there with an arc and the velocity to go right over the hands of that linebacker who's going to try to jump up and knock that pass down or intercept it and get it right over into that receiver's hands. People don't understand that part. This is why they run cover two on the Daks and the Patrick Mahomes, because they know those are not straight line throws. In that cover two, you're kind of covering everything short, everything kind of deep, and if they throw it in the middle, there's a good chance you can either backpedal or come up and you can get the things in the middle. That's kind of what you're looking at. And so you have to make such tight throws in that cover two. You got to figure out a way to, how do I get it over the linebacker, but not too far over to where it goes to the safety, and it goes right over, hit right there in the middle. Folk don't understand how tough that is. That comes from playing, not only in college, playing in college and playing in the pros. Trey Lance has been so talented. That's why I'm using the word talent. When people look at his size, his speed, his arm strength, it's gotten him to this point. But now on this level, everybody good. Not everybody, everybody good. So now it not only comes down to talent, now it comes down to the skill sets. Mind, and now how do I use this talent? You ask yourself in a running back, which one would you take? Would you take quickness or speed? Which one would you take? Those are two different things. Do you want quickness or speed? If you want quickness, you're saying, okay, so this running back right here, I hand him the ball. If the hole is there, he gone. There's nobody catching him. He is gone. I give him a sweep. He go around the outside. He turn it up. The lane is there. He gone. Bye-bye. See you. Win one be you. But what happens when someone penetrates the line? Get in the backfield. Is he quick enough to make a jab step, make him miss? And then with his quickness, because he's so quick, he can right through the hole again. And while they may catch him, if they're not careful, he's so quick that by the time they look up, though, he's 20 or 30 yards into the defense. Do you want speed or do you want quickness? Some running backs, they possess both. Not all the time. It's a rare combination of speed and quickness. And when you get speed and quickness, those typically are the elite backs. Me, I'll take quickness. I would prefer quickness. I'm not saying I want him to be a 4.8 40, but if you give me a 4.4 40 speedster versus a 4.55 quick running back, I'm probably going to take the 4.5 guy because I know, hey, hold on a second, man. Maybe our line isn't what it's supposed to be. Maybe we don't have the best line. We have a good line, but not an elite line. We need somebody that just in case from time to time somebody penetrates the line, I need somebody that can make somebody miss. Barry Sanders come to mind. Somebody that can make somebody miss and make multiple people miss, and he can go to the crib. You got to ask yourself, what kind of running back are you looking for? What do they fit? And it's the same thing with these quarterbacks. And so with Trey Lance, you got to ask yourself, are you taking talent only? Or are you looking at, okay, what does his mind look like with the talent? How does he use it? Can we work with him enough? Okay, we know he can throw it 80 yards. But what about when we need him to throw it 8 yards? What about when we need him to throw it over the head of a lineman that's right here in the face? Hey, can you just throw it like just 8 yards over the linebacker's head, or the lineman's head? Now we're talking about skill, touch, ball placement. That's the part where Trey Lance needs a lot of work. He needs a lot of work. Lone Star, I'm not giving you the 4th round pick stuff because they've already went back and they've looked at if they could do that draft again. Dak Prescott actually would have been a 1st round draft pick. And Dak Prescott, Lone Star, again, you're not using facts. Dak Prescott was not a 4th round draft pick because of his ability. Dak Prescott had his team in college as number 1 in the nation at once upon a time, and nobody can still tell me any player that was on that team. People don't understand something about Dak Prescott. They have been blinded by the media. Dak Prescott had his team ranked number 1 in the country until they came against Alabama. People, man, I don't understand all the false narratives with people. This stuff just kills me at how people they talk, but they're not knowledgeable. And you can tell the lack of knowledge doesn't come from the fact that they're dumb. The lack of knowledge comes from the fact that they're listening to other people talk. Dak Prescott had Mississippi State ranked number 1 in the country. Tell me the other players that was on the team. Who? Tell me the other player. Dak was carrying that team on his back. Dak was not supposed to be a 4th round draft pick. I don't understand people who don't understand what happened to Dak. How did the Cowboys get him in the 4th? How did the Cowboys do it? You got to stop talking and not knowing facts. Dak Prescott got in trouble for a if I'm not mistaken, it was a DUI. It was a DUI that got Dak Prescott in trouble. And Dak Prescott dropped to the 4th round in the draft. Dak was never supposed to be a 4th round draft pick. Never supposed to be. Never supposed to be a 4th round draft pick. Dak Prescott got a DUI. It's exactly what it is. It was a whole hoopla. And y'all already know how these people do in the draft. You get one thing happen to you in the draft, and you're done. You're done. You will drop Randy Gregory, for example. So, are we going to say that Randy Gregory was a 2nd round draft pick? I can tell you unequivocally, Randy Gregory was not a 2nd round draft pick. He was a 2nd round draft pick. That wasn't his draft grade. Randy Gregory was ranked as a top 5 draft pick. Know the story, man. Know the history. This isn't about Dak Prescott being a 4th round draft pick, and Dak has clearly rose up against good teams in the end. The problem is, what we don't want to admit is that the teams that Dak Prescott has been on, the teams have not rose to the occasion. The teams have not risen to the occasion in some of these big games. The teams haven't done it. And that's why this is on Mike McCarthy's resume. This is on Michael Parsons' resume. We try to put this on Dak's resume and no one else's resume. No, this is on their resume. It's just like the game last night. So what are we going to say? Are we going to say Trey Lance didn't rise to the occasion? It's amazing to me it's not Trey Lance's fault that we lost yesterday. Dak Prescott isn't losing games being on the field all the time. Dak has put this team on his back many times, and pulled off a lot of these wins. You don't score 40 and 50 points when no one outside of Dak Prescott is doing it when they come in. We blame this all on Dak. No, the team is not rising to the occasion on some of these games. We're going to give Dak Prescott credit for it's amazing to me. No one wants to talk about the Tampa Bay Buccaneer playoff win when Dak Prescott retired Tom Brady, even though he was going to retire anyway. But it was a heck of a way to go out. He didn't go out on a win. Dak ended it. Dak and the team ended it. But go back and look at Dak's stats. Tore it up. Was that a big game? But if you look at the 49er game, it was a hard-fought game. But at the end of the day, you go back and listen to some of these championship players. When they hold a team below 20 points, and someone says, hey, man, they held that team under 20 points. They should have won the game. It was this play. This quarterback did this, or this running back. You know what the championship defenses will tell you? Wasn't good enough. Wasn't good enough. The losers will tell you, yeah, man, we did it. I mean, everything we could do. That's not what the winners will tell you. We didn't do enough. We should have held them to 10. Do y'all know that a championship defense doesn't go on the field saying, hey, man, if we hold this team to 20 points, we can win? You're fired. If you're on my team, you're the DC, and that's your message, you're fired. Hey, man, if the quarterback don't make any mistakes, we can win this. You're fired. You're fired. You can't work for me. I don't want my defense coordinator with those mentalities. Hey, man, if they don't run for 100 yards today, we can beat this. You're fired. You can't work for me. That's a loser's mentality. I keep telling y'all, if was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. You can't play for me. And you can't play for me saying we did all we could do on defense. The offense let us down. You can't coach for me. You can't coach for me, and you can't play for me. I want a defensive coordinator who puts in his defense's mind. You know what the goal is today? Domination and annihilation. Domination and annihilation. Execution at its finest. Hey, coach, what do you think? What's the score we need to hold them to? 0. Our goal today is to hold this team to 0. Hey, coach, what about 20? No, 0. I don't want them in the end zone today at all. I don't want them in the end zone. I don't even want them in field goal range. My goal is 0. That's how we help this offense. 0 points. But when you go out talking about, oh man, we held them to enough till we should have lost, we could have won. No, you didn't. No, actually you didn't. Because actually 0 was what you would have held them to, we win the game. If your team is not constructed, if your team is not currently constructed to where your quarterback can throw 2 interceptions. Yeah, I'm going to say 2 interceptions. If your team isn't currently constructed to where you can throw 2 interceptions and still win the game, you got work to do. You got work to do. Your team needs to be constructed to where you can have 2 interceptions, an interception and a fumble. And if we're really going bonkers, hey man, 3 turnovers, no problem. Because I bet you this, they will not get in that end zone. That's the kind of team you want. That's the mentality you want. I've watched the Detroit Lions this year, and this is one of the reasons why I'm looking at this Detroit Lions team, and I'm like, woo, man. Even with injuries, I don't understand why nobody is talking about the defensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions. I don't. I do not understand why nobody is talking about this man. He has had more injuries than the Dallas Cowboys, and they're only figuring out ways to still win games. And he's let a couple of them get loose, but when it mattered, he's rose to the occasion defensively. And this is the very thing that when you start talking about coaches, can they make a difference on the field? I've watched the Detroit Lions coaches who don't play on the field make a difference on the field by the way they're calling games with no matter what the personnel they have. The Detroit Lions have a different mentality because of their head coach. And they don't do all this talking like we're doing because I'm just telling you, Jared Goff isn't that great. Jared Goff isn't that great. But when you create a system around Jared Goff, when you create a system that is custom made for Jared Goff, that plays on his strengths, and then it obliterates his weaknesses, this is what you get. The Detroit Lions, I mean, that's the kind of team they are. And they're not holding teams to 0, but that's their goal. You know how I know that's the Detroit Lions' goal? That's their goal. Before the Detroit Lions started getting decimated with injuries, the thing that I found to be funny is that the Detroit Lions, before their defense got injured, there were teams that were actually complaining at the alarming rate that the Lions were beating teams. and how bad they were beating teams, especially the bad teams. Detroit was pummeling teams, because they're built like that. It doesn't mean if the goal is 0 that the team is going to score 0 points, but just look at a few of these games on the Detroit Lions. Just look at a few of these doggone scores. 26-20, 16-20, 2013, 42-29, Cowboys, 47-9, 31-29, 52-14, 24-14, 26-23, 52-6, 24-6, 23-20, 34-31. Defense, after the Cowboys game, started seeing severe injuries. But even then, look at what they did. On all of that, they've kind of recovered from their injuries. And this is why their defense coordinator, he needs a lot of credit. Look at what they did to the Vikings. They're back in they're in playoff mode now. Sam Darnold didn't struggle because he was just having a bad game. The Detroit Lions went in, and I'm telling you, somebody went in that game and said 0 points. They scored 9 points. 9 points. Our team, we do too much blaming, especially the fan base. We do too much blaming. Sean McVay said, Jared Goff isn't good enough for me. Dan Campbell said, we'll take him. We'll just build a team around him. We'll build a system around him. We will take things off of his plate. We do too much complaining. And I hope this team can get out of this, because if we don't get out of this, we're going to be the same team we always were. We're going to be the same team we always were. I'm telling us. Cowboys hater herder. He says, without Dak's plus minus with and without Dak Prescott proves the haters wrong. Any day of the week, and it's still 4 more years. Yeah, Dak's a great quarterback. He's not good. Dak's a great quarterback. End of the day, you can make any arguments you want. Dak's a great quarterback. End of story. No one's won more. The stats show it. The accolades show it. The only knock that we keep having against Dak Prescott are 2 playoff wins, of which we will not hold other quarterbacks to this same accountability. Lewis Bailey, this is a team game. Not a Dak got to win or Cowboys don't win. A lot of idiots. That's it. It's a team game. Dak Prescott is more than good enough. More than good enough. And it's amazing to me when Dak Prescott is out here pummeling teams with his touchdowns. He's pummeling teams. Those haters like roaches, when the lights come on, they hide. They can't wait until the Cowboys lose a game, and then they're right back out. Man, which one is it? Is he not good enough, or is he good enough? Which one is it? Which one is it? But everything that we've seen from Dak Prescott has shown that he's good enough. And that's why the very reason people do not understand football business. You do not get $231 million and not be good enough. Dak was getting that whether it was from us or somebody else. Dak was getting that money. Jay Recruiter, Dak has Hall of Fame numbers. Dak has Hall of Fame level numbers. All he needs is a Super Bowl. All he needs is a Super Bowl. And I think they're going to get it in 2026. But Dak's stats, when Dak is done, people are going to look back at Dak's stats and be astounded. They're going to be astounded. They are. Ryan says, nobody is beating the Lions in the NFC. They just have another gear shift too. Yes, they do. And the only team that can stop them is Philly. Philly struggles to score despite having so much talent in the beginning of the games. But they're the only team that can stop them. They're the only team, Ryan. Welcome to the chat today. Welcome to the channel today. Only team that can stop them. There's no other team. They're the only team that's constructed to beat them. The Detroit Lions are dangerous, just like the Philadelphia Eagles, because they can both beat you in all kinds of ways. They can both beat you in all kinds of ways. I think, and I'm really interested to see what both of these teams look like in the playoffs. I think the Eagles may be the more balanced, as in offense and defense. But the thing that scares me about the Detroit Lions, if the Dallas Cowboys were in this year, the thing that scares me about the Detroit Lions is that they can score points. Gosh, they can score points, man. The Detroit Lions can score points. And when a team can score points, they're dangerous. They're dangerous. And so, the Lions are going to be a tough out. They're going to be a tough out. They're going to get a break. They're going to get healthy. They are going to be a very, very tough out. They are. They are. Ice Cold Cowboy says the 90s were great, including Big Mac. Man, I'm telling you, this team ain't like, we don't realize it. Folk would be shocked. But I was around these Cowboys. I mean, I wasn't around as in around. But people don't understand something about the 90s Cowboys. People didn't talk about Troy Aikman like that. People didn't talk about Troy Aikman like that. They didn't. People talked about this team like that. This team like that in the 90s. And in particular, there was no getting around it. This is what I want the Cowboys to go back to with Dak Prescott in his last 3 to 4 years. This team came alive when they got a run game. Go back to that season when Emmitt Smith held out. Troy Aikman was there. Troy Aikman was there. Troy Aikman was there the season the Cowboys opened up 0-2. What happened? Somebody tell me what happened. Didn't they have Troy Aikman in 1993? Didn't they have him? Y'all help me out. What happened? What happened the year that Emmitt Smith held out for 2 games? They were 0-2. They were 0-2. Where was Troy Aikman? Where was he? Oh, I know what happened. Troy Aikman held out with Emmitt Smith. Let me tell y'all something. If Emmitt Smith doesn't play that entire season of 1993, the Cowboys aren't winning. They're not winning. Emmitt was that good, and people don't give Emmitt. Emmitt wasn't the fastest. He wasn't the biggest. He wasn't the quickest. He was the best. People don't give Emmitt credit, but I'm telling you, Emmitt was highly skillful. Huge heart. What he lacked in skill, he made up for in spades and heart. He was an absolute monster on the field. All around running back, first, second, third, and fourth down. Didn't leave the field. You'll never see nothing like it again. Where was Troy Aikman? Where was Troy Aikman in 1993 when Emmitt held out? I promise you, they're not winning without Emmitt that year. They were not winning without Emmitt. They were not. They were not winning. And Jerry knows doggone well they were not winning. This is a team game. Some of you folk need to go back to the 90s Cowboys and understand this is a team game. And I've already proven it to y'all. And I'm going to do it some more in the offseason. I've already proven it to y'all over and over and over. And y'all will not get it. Some of you stubborn folk will not get it. You don't want to face the facts. But the facts are the facts, Jack. And there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it. When you look at Troy Aikman's stats before the Herschel Walker trade, when you look at his stats after Jimmy Johnson, I'm sorry, Troy Aikman don't look the same. He don't look the same. You can tell me anything you want to. Troy don't look the same. Troy don't look the same without a team. He doesn't. You can get mad, you can get glad with a heavyweight trash bag, as I say. Troy was not the same. He was not the same. Let me pull up a couple of things. It only takes a couple of minutes to prove this. I'm just going to show you how people do not understand. Not only is this a team game, but the players that you have around you matters. The coach that you have matters. Troy Aikman on this team, first season, 0-11. Why? He didn't have the year Dak had. Dak was 13-3. His first season, Dak was 13-3. You want to know why Troy Aikman was 0-11? Because Troy Aikman did not have the team that Dak Prescott had around him when Dak hit this league. He didn't have the same team. And if you're telling me that Troy Aikman was that good, then I'm going to continue to show you that you don't know football and you don't understand this team game. You don't understand the team concept, because now you got to explain to me. Why was Troy Aikman 7-8 and 7-5? Why? Why doesn't Troy Aikman have the same amount of Super Bowls as Tom Brady? Why? Was Troy Aikman better than Tom Brady? I'll let you decide. Was Troy Aikman better than Tom Brady? In my mind, no. Was he drafted higher? Somebody tell me. We keep talking about fourth round draft pick. Just a bunch of bull junk. Bull junk. Dak Prescott was not supposed to be a fourth round draft pick. Bull junk. He was supposed to be top of the second, bottom of the first, minimum. Minimum. Bull junk. Troy Aikman. Better believe he was a first round draft pick. High first round draft pick. Better believe he was. First season, 0-11. Second season, 7-8. You want to know what happened in 89? You want to know what happened in 1989 that changed life for Troy Aikman? Let me help y'all out. Some of y'all don't do no studying. I'm tired of studying for you. This happened. October the 12th, 1989, the dumbest trade in NFL history occurred. In a non-salary cap era, the Dallas Cowboys traded on October the 12th, 1989, Herschel Walker, and it allowed Jimmy Johnson to build a team. I don't understand folk who argue about things that are public knowledge. Public knowledge. And you get destroyed on arguments because we can tell you're talking with your feelings and your tears rather than talking with facts. I'm just telling you, I'm the wrong one. I'm going to hurt your feelings if you can't swallow facts. Why was Troy Aikman 0-11? Why was he? Why didn't he have the season that Dak had in his rookie season? Tell me why. Why didn't he? Let me tell you just the minimum of what the Dallas Cowboys got off of Herschel Walker. They got linebacker Jesse Solomon, David Howard, Isaac Holt, Alex Stewart. But this is what really set them up. You ready for this part? Minnesota's first round pick, Minnesota's second round pick, Minnesota's sixth round pick, Minnesota's first round pick in 91, Minnesota's second round pick in 91, Minnesota's first round pick in 92, conditional, Minnesota's second round pick in 92, Minnesota's third round pick in 92. What? All of this for Herschel Walker? You telling me they got all that for Herschel Walker? What? And they parlayed that. They parlayed those picks and those trades. They parlayed those things into multiple and multiple and multiple picks. They tore it up. They absolutely tore it up. Somebody said, hey, you don't know what you're talking about. What did those picks equate into? You want to see the aftermath? Read it and weep. Start doing your own studying. Start doing your own studying, or don't raise your hand and sit at the back of class and learn. Minnesota's first round pick in 1990, it only got them Emmitt Smith. What? So we don't think that Emmitt Smith was a major part of the Cowboys dynasty. Foolishness. Foolishness. They used this to move to number 17 overall to get one Emmitt Smith. You don't think the 91 pick, you don't think the pick from 91 meant something? They only went on to get Russell Maryland. Stop it. You want to know why Troy Aikman was not winning in those first 3 seasons? Not only did he not have a team, he didn't have a super team. He didn't have a super team. It wasn't until they got the super team, not the team. It wasn't until they got the super team. It wasn't until they got the super team around Troy Aikman. That's when he started to win. Oh, you don't think the 1992 first round pick meant something? You're going to read this and weep, or you're going to get off here tonight. Used as part of a deal to get the New England Patriots first and second round picks. They were wheeling and dealing. This is why Jerry gets credit. Jerry gets credit for this too. Jerry and Jimmy were wheeling and dealing. Number 19 was used as part of a deal to get the Atlanta Falcons first round pick. Number 17 overall pick from Atlanta was then used to get what? Cornerback Kevin Smith. One of the top cornerbacks in the league until he tore that Achilles. Kevin Smith was an absolute monster. Oh, and by the way, number 37 from the New England Patriots, you used to get Darren Woodson, who is a travesty and should have already been in the Hall of Fame. Man, y'all better go somewhere. I got time now. The Cowboys season is over. Y'all don't know nothing. For you folk who talk about you been with the Cowboys since 1922. Oh, I've been a Cowboys fan for life. You don't understand football then. You don't understand football because Troy Aikman, because this continues to be the litmus test for these Cowboys quarterbacks. Everybody always want to compare him to Troy Aikman and what Troy Aikman did. I'm sorry. Troy Aikman had a super team. Troy Aikman had a super team. He had an absolute super team. It's not about Troy Aikman. I'm telling y'all folks were arguing about Troy Aikman being a first ballot Hall of Famer. They were arguing about it. Why? He don't have the stats. He don't have the stats. But what he does have is the most important stat of 3 Super Bowls. But when you go back and look at the context, he had a super team. Super team. 1992, Minnesota second round pick, used as a part of the deal to acquire 2 draft picks from the Kansas City Chiefs. The Chiefs pick were used to exchange with the Washington Redskins, with Washington third round pick number 58 overall. Dallas selected Clayton Holmes. Watch this, 1992, Minnesota's third round pick, used as part of a deal to get New England's first and second round picks. Jerry was wheeling and dealing. Jerry was wheeling and dealing, man. We got to understand something. Jimmy was the architect, but Jerry is wheeling and dealing and is a part of this architecture too. Jimmy was wheeling and dealing. Jimmy was doing everything he needed to do to get those players. Wheeling and dealing. This is the part of the game, football business, we don't understand. And we start looking at Dak Prescott on face value saying, well, he's not carrying the team. Well, I'm going to tell you something that's going to hurt your feelings. Troy Aikman never carried the team. I know that hurts the feelings of you 92 Cowboys fans, of you 90s Cowboys fans, those of you who don't understand what happened. Troy Aikman didn't carry those teams. Nope. Triple nope. Troy Aikman didn't carry the 90s Cowboys. He didn't carry them. He didn't carry them. They had a doggone super team. And notice what I was saying about those draft picks. Do you realize because of those draft picks, not including the trades, we're not even talking about those trades. The estimation of the Herschel Walker deal is somewhere around 50 to 59 players from one player. The Cowboys only parlayed it into a 5-year dynasty. It wasn't a dynasty as in a decade. That's the other part people don't understand. The 90s Cowboys was really a 5-year run. It wasn't the Tom Brady run. In a free agency era, I might add. Troy Aikman. Troy said this himself. They went from 0-11, 7-8, 7, or this is him, 7-5. But look at this. How in the world did they jump? And I think this season was maybe like a 10-6, somewhere in there. How did they jump to 13-3? This was a Steve Berline season. How did they jump to 13-3? Well, I just showed you all the players they got. And those things began to come to fruition. And they only went 13-3. And they won the Super Bowl. Troy said they wanted a season early. No one thought they were going to even win it. I don't even think they thought they were going to win it. But the team was so bleeping good. Not Troy Aikman. No, not Troy Aikman. The team was so bleeping good. It was so good. It's amazing what Troy Aikman's stats started to look like once he got a team around him. Completion percentage, 52.9, 56.6, 65.3, 63.8. What? It's amazing what you look like when you get a team around you. It's amazing what you look like when you get a team around you. When you get a team around you to where you're not the sole reason when we come into the game every single week, it's got to be about, hey, man, is Troy a bust? Man, please. I know y'all hate to hear this, but if there's anybody who's ever been a bus driver, hey, man, you tell me. 0-11, 7-8, 7-5, 13-3, 11-3, 10-4, 12-4. We're talking about in this is when the trades, the first rounders, the players, this is when everything starts coming to fruition. This is Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson gets fired. What is it? Jimmy is gone, 93, I'm thinking? Jimmy gone 93, 94. 95 Cowboys. That's the Super Bowl season. You want to know what happened to Troy Aikman after that? I'm telling y'all, you can hate me all you want to. But it's amazing to me how Troy Aikman's career, once he didn't have the coach no more, once he doesn't have the coaches anymore, once he doesn't have the players anymore, once Jerry Jones implements the country club culture, Troy Aikman's career, and we're going to look at it more in depth in the offseason. 0-11, 7-8, 7-5, and then for a 5-year stint, 13-3, 11-3, 10-4, 12-4. He wins 3 Super Bowls right here from 92 to 95, because they won it in the 92. They won it in 93. They won it in the 93, 94. Got beat in 94 when he got Deion Sanders. We didn't even talk about the Charles Haleys. We didn't even talk about the Ken Nortons. We didn't even talk about these other players they got. For you folk who keep talking about Dak Prescott, name me the team that Tony Romo or Dak Prescott ever played for that was as good as what Troy Aikman had from 92, 93, 94, 95. Tell me. I'll call you a liar every day of the week because there's nothing in the bed to support you other than your tears and your feelings. Strange to me, Jimmy gets fired in 94. I think it's 94. They go get Barry Switzer, but they also got Deion Sanders. Won it again, 95. And then look at the decline. 10-5, 6-10, 7-4, 7-7, 4-7. And someone says, well, what do you expect? Troy, the line wasn't the same no more. Troy Aikman was getting concussed. You think? You think? When he no longer has the players around him, you think? It's a team game. And you can tell me team all you want to, but the only time the Cowboys have ever been dominant is when they've had the best team and the most dominant team. Tell me a team that was better than the Cowboys in 92, 93. I can tell you one in 94, the San Francisco 49ers. What did we do? We went and got the player that tilted the game against us and put him on our team in 95, and we became the best team again. Name me the team other than the 49ers that was better than the Cowboys 92, 93, 94, 95. Name them. I'm going to call you a lie because we won the Super Bowl. You go back even with Roger Staubach. When we won Super Bowls, we were better than those teams because we're the most dominant team. There's only 1 year, I believe, we were the most dominant team and didn't win. And I'm thinking that's the 78-79 Super Bowl. I'm thinking we lost like what, 35-31, somewhere in there? I think his name is Jackie Smith. Dropped the touchdown in the end zone, wide open from Roger Staubach. I can remember like almost crying that day. You folks who be talking all this noise, the problem is you're comparing Dak Prescott to, and I'm not saying that Troy Aikman wasn't great, but I'm also telling you, you better go back and check the record. Was he great in 89? Was he great in 90, 91? Now, no. Oh, but he was, but he didn't have the players. You think? You think he didn't have the players yet? Duh. But when he got the super team, Super Bowl, Jimmy fired, players declined, 10-5, 6-10, 74, 70, 74, and 7. We do not understand. We're comparing Dak Prescott not to Troy Aikman. We're comparing Dak Prescott, and we don't even realize it. We're comparing Dak Prescott to Troy Aikman in a 4-year run of where he literally had one of the best coaches in history and arguably the best line to ever be constructed in NFL history. And most NFL aficionados will tell you, name an offensive line that was better than what what Troy Aikman was behind. Name it. I don't think there's ever been a team ever constructed that had an offensive line that good. Man, y'all don't understand, boy. Y'all run around here, you new folk. Oh man, Travis Frederick, Zach Martin, Tyron Smith. Can I introduce you to Larry Allen? Let me introduce you to Larry Allen. They're not even close. They're not even close. See, because we haven't had those teams, so we think that Travis Frederick, Zach Martin, Tyron Smith, I'm not saying they were good. I'm not saying they were not good. I'm not even saying they were not Hall of Fame linemen. They were not close. They were not close. And I mean what I say. They were not close to the 90s Cowboys line. They were monsters. Nobody wanted to see them. Nobody could see them. They were that bleeping good. And the problem the Cowboys have, all the chit chatter makes no sense. I can go back in 92, 93, 94, and 95. Those 4 seasons. Because the reality is, I'm telling y'all, that's Troy Aikman's peak. Those are his peak seasons. I can go back to those seasons and go game by game. There wasn't a game between 92 and 95. There was barely a game that the Cowboys played. And not only did I think this, but other people thought this too. There was barely a team the Cowboys played that anybody thought was going to beat them. It's actually shocking they went 13-3. I mean, shocking. They were that good. They were that good. And when they would hit the playoffs, you already knew in 92, 93, as Prince says, A-U-T-O-matic. It was automatic. We knew they were going to the Super Bowl. We had no doubts in 92. Well, there was some doubts in 92. 93, 94, 95. 94 was a little bit of a shocker. I think Troy Aikman threw maybe, 3-4 interceptions in that game? Got him down 21, 28-7 at the half, something like that? Yeah, Troy Aikman did that. But for the most part, no one thought teams were beating the Dallas Cowboys. It was literally a joke when someone beat the Cowboys. When the Cowboys got beat, nobody was like, oh man, we're in trouble now. Oh man, it's a blip. We're going to win. We're still going to win. Why? No one said because of Troy Aikman. I don't remember that kind of talk. No one said because of Michael Irvin. People said because of the team. Because our team is too bleeping good. We were that good. Jerry builds his teams top heavy But then all the other players in between, he shops at the bottom of the barrel. They didn't do that in the 90s. They didn't do that in the 90s. And that's why their teams were so good. And that's why when I keep hearing these people talk about you are actually a part of the problem for the franchise. I'm not telling you not to be a fan. You have your right to your opinion. But it's that type of opinion that's actually a problem for the fan base and the franchise. Your quarterback is your quarterback. He's not going anywhere. It's the same thing about Jerry Jones. He's the owner and the GM. What we want from Jerry is a change. Probably not going to get it, but we want it. And the reason why we keep talking about him is that he is the one who can actually make the change. But as it applies to Dak Prescott is the problem for this team. He's not the problem. He's actually the asset. And if this season doesn't prove it to you, I don't know what season will. Dak Prescott with just average to good teams, we see how good he is. See, we don't understand this part. I'm telling you, I'll argue this all day long. I don't think we've actually even had a team since Dak Prescott has been here. It would be hard for me. I don't think we've had a team as good as this year's Philadelphia Eagle team. I don't think Dak has been with a team as good as this Philly team. When I think about Dak's rookie season, 13-3, I don't think the receiving core, while I think the line may be as good, if not better than the Eagles' line, I don't think the receiving core is close. When I think about the receiving core, I'm not talking about Dez Bryant. I'm talking about the receiving core. I don't think they're as good as the Eagles. Zeke, rookie season, monster. I don't think it's Saquon Barkley's this season. Zeke was a monster. Saquon Barkley has been an alien this year. He's been an alien. When you talk about the big runs, home run hitter, man. And if it wasn't for the tush push, he'd have more touchdowns. And when you look defensively, Philadelphia Eagles got a pretty good team. And I definitely don't know of a team. I don't think Dak has been on a team definitely as good as the Detroit Lions. You put Dak on a team like the Detroit Lions, and he comes up short, I'll jump on your bandwagon. I'll jump on your bandwagon. But what we're missing about these teams, these top tier teams, and why we can't beat them, because we stop at the quarterback. Go to the 90s Cowboys. You can't stop at the quarterback. You have to go all around and go, man, there's not a team better than us. But if I go to this team, Pro Football Focus, continuously, when there would be matchups, guess who would be the best player on the team? Dak Prescott. Best player on the field, difference maker, Dak Prescott. We don't have teams. We have not had, while we've had some good teams, and I don't argue that we haven't had some good teams, but we haven't had teams to where we look at those teams, and when they line up against other teams, you cannot tell me we've had teams that when we line up against other teams, we were literally saying we're better than them. Oh, we're going to dominate this game. There's no way they can beat us because we're that good as a team. The Green Bay game, you know why we thought we were going to beat them? Because we had a better record. And because we were at home, that was the only advantages. Oh, yeah, Dak is better than Jordan Love. But I'm sorry, the Green Bay Packers team, coach down, better than us. Matt LaFleur, better game plan. DC, better game plan. Their game plan beat us. They attacked our weaknesses, period. You know why you couldn't beat the 92, 93? They beat the 94. You couldn't beat the 95 Cowboys? Tell me the weaknesses. Tell me the weakness. When the San Francisco 49ers beat the Cowboys in the 94 playoffs, they didn't beat the Cowboys because of a weakness per se. They beat the Dallas Cowboys. It was a very muddy field that day. The footing was absolutely terrible. Man, that Candlestick Park, I think it was called, man, that field was a hot mess. And that particular game, you might as well call it a mud bowl. So that was already going to nullify or help you nullify the Cowboys' running game that was absolutely so dominant. So now we had to put it all on Troy Aikman in a sense. And guess what happened? Troy Aikman throws, I think it was 3, maybe 4 interceptions. The rest is history. I think there was some pass interference on Deion Sanders. Deion on Michael Irvin. But they beat us. And that year, that San Francisco game was probably the game in 94 in those playoffs when the Cowboys lined up against the San Francisco 49ers after they acquired Deion. That's the game that everybody's probably saying to themselves, ooh, it's going to be tough to win this one. Well, when we say stuff like that, look at what happened. In the Mike McCarthy era, the Jason Garrett era, the Bill Parcells era, and all these other ones, we already know what that was. Tell me the teams that we've had that when they lined up in front of people, we thought we were better than, no, we knew we were better than them, and we were going to the Super Bowl. Because in 92, 93, and there were people that had their doubts, but by the time the Cowboys got towards the end of the 92 season, there was no doubts. They were dominant. They were dominant, absolute dominant. We knew we were going to beat those teams. Everybody did because we were better teams. And so this is why I don't listen. I'm tired. I'm actually tired of the Dak Prescott talk. It just doesn't make sense. This is a team game, man. It is. What's going on, Freddie? I'm talking about this team thing again. It's a team game, man. Lipstick on a pig, Ice Cold said, doesn't make a baby real. He doesn't. Nisa said, Jerry owes Mike since he sabotaged the season, so yeah, talk him up. Mike, I'm telling you, Jerry, we're going to see where this goes. Jerry is standing on business. Jerry knows that if I hire or re-sign Mike McCarthy, money, power, respect. Money, power, respect. I just don't know if he's ready to do it. We're going to see. I don't know if he's ready to do it. Yes, sir, or wait. I'm telling you, I'm just speaking facts. Rob Burns, I wonder if my pastor would be okay with Mike McCarthy. Hey, I'm telling you, I think there's an issue with Mike McCarthy. I think if Mike McCarthy comes back, it's got to be under the condition he's not the play caller. And I think they need to go out and get a bona fide play caller. Nisi, he begging in the press. He is. He flat out begging. See, the one who gives in first, Nisi, you got to teach people about relationships. The one who gives in first has no leverage. And if you're going to pour out, and I'm going to tell you something. Me and my sons, we were having this talk the other day. Do not commit your feelings to somebody who don't care about them. Don't commit your feelings to somebody who don't care about them. Do not do it. They're going to hurt them every time. You're going to hurt him every time. Now, my take is based on actions, Big Sarge. It's not based on what Jerry said. Jerry is doing what Jerry does. But if Jerry was really talking about Mike staying, which I do believe they're talking about him staying, so why is he letting him go out and talk? See, Big Sarge, I appreciate your comment. But if I want you to be my coach, why am I going to let you go out and talk? Why am I going to let you, Big Sarge, if I want you to be my coach, why am I going to let you go out and talk and then come back to me with someone's offer that now if I want to keep you, now I got to beat their offer? No, my take isn't based off of whatever you're saying is based on. My take is based off not of a Jerry Jones post-game conference. My take is based off of that post-game conference and everything that Jerry has been saying before and even after that. You can talk about me staying all you want to, Big Sarge. But if I've already told you what it takes for me to stay and you haven't done it, do you really want me to stay? I mean, what's the conversation? If you're in a relationship, with somebody and they're talking and telling you, yeah, I want to be with you. And you've told them I want to be with you. But you're telling them this is what things are going to have to change. And if I be with you, this, and this. Well, if they don't go along with what you said, do they really want to be with you? Or do they just, or are they in love, or do they like the idea of you more than they like you? I'm not buying it. If Jerry wants to sign Mike McCarthy, tell me then, make it make sense. Why would he let him go out and talk to someone else? That's like saying that you have a girl, there's a girl that you like, and y'all both having the same conversation that we're having. She's telling you she want to be with you, and you talking her up, talking about you want to be with her. Or, no, we've talked about being together. Man, you don't talk about being together. Come on, Big Sarge. You don't talk about being with somebody who you want to be with. You be with them. If they've told you they want to be with you, what are you talking about then? What are you talking about? And if a girl and me, if we're talking about, yeah, we talked about her staying with me, and she talking about I want to be with you. But I tell her, hey, go out and test the market. If there's 3 or 4 other guys that like you, hey, go on a date with them. See if you like them. Yeah, because I don't want to be with nobody who don't want to be. What? That's crazy talk. You can't say you want something that is in your power to have, but the reason why you don't have it is because of you. Do you really want it? Do you really want it? That doesn't make sense. No, I'm not basing it on, I'm basing it on everything Jerry is doing. Everything Jerry is doing doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. According to Fisher, McCarthy already has power in Dallas. Maybe not total power, but he has power. But what kind? Because he did get Aaron Jones. He wanted Aaron Jones. He didn't get Aaron Jones. But I'll tell you this, Freddie. When you re-sign someone, it's different than when you sign someone. When you sign someone, depending upon their status, when you sign someone who no one else wants, you can sign them on your terms. But when you re-sign someone based on their performance, you don't get to sign them on your terms. And especially if somebody else wants them. Now you sign them on their terms. And this, in what we're saying, this is why I got to say it out loud. Maybe it'll make more sense to us. If Jerry is going to sign Mike McCarthy, then how ridiculous is it for him to let Mike McCarthy talk to other people? And Jerry, y'all got to listen. Jerry playing games. Said it before, I say it again. Jerry playing games. People do this in relationships. They try to put you on hold. Because, well, if you really want me, you'll wait. What? Life too short. What do you mean I'm going to wait? Not waiting. Why would I wait? And I'm telling any of us, if you're in a relationship or you're thinking about getting in a relationship and somebody's telling you to wait and I got to think about it, man, go on about your business. Man or woman, go on about your business. Don't be sitting around letting somebody put you on hold. They putting you on hold, but life goes on. What are they putting you on hold for? Oh, they want to see what their options are? Nah, you're not going to do me like that. I have options too. And all of this, I'm telling you, I've been saying it from the beginning. Who is he trying to convince? Who is Jerry Jones trying to convince? Because all of us have been saying that we think he's going to re-sign him. So what is he waiting on? What, are you going to wait the week before the Super Bowl? Because while I'm not sure, I don't think Mike McCarthy is going to go to the Chicago Bears. Because honestly, sometimes these teams just want to bring guys in to hear what they have to say. But if I'm the Chicago Bears, why in the world would I bring in Mike McCarthy? Why? Why am I bringing in Mike McCarthy? I'm not bringing in Mike McCarthy. He's not an offense. He is not an offensive genius. He isn't. He is not an offensive genius. That's number one. Who wants that raggedy West Coast offense? Mike indicted himself. When he took over coaching that year for Kellen Moore and he adjusted what he did for Dak Prescott, it was the best thing he did was that with that Texas coast. It was the best thing he did because that trash that he's put out on this field this year is terrible. And it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. You're not going to beat teams in this league without an elite an elite defense scoring 20 points a game, averaging 20 points a game. You're not winning in this league with that nonsense. Why would Chicago even want Mike McCarthy? Y'all be careful. They call these coaches in sometimes because they want to hear what they have to say and see if there's something they're saying that maybe they may want them. And let me give you the other side. And sometimes there may be something they respect or about that coach. They just want to hear what he says about this. Hey, what do you think we could do to get better? Now, if you listen to Mike McCarthy, one thing I do think is that Mike McCarthy could possibly work in someone's front office. He seems to know how things work. As far as coaching, I don't like it. I just don't like it. When you have Aaron Rodgers as long as he did and you only win one Super Bowl, that's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. That is absolutely crazy to me. And I see the same thing that I saw on that team and why they let you go in a 15-1 season and you don't go to the Super Bowl. And I see the same thing they were talking about you then is the same thing we're seeing now. And then you reverted back to that generic West Coast. I don't want no parts of it no more. I don't want no parts of it. And so I don't know what Jerry's going to do because a part of the reason with Jerry is that Jerry is cheap. Jerry cheap. Jerry don't want to pay coaches. Y'all talking about players. Jerry don't want to pay coaches. He don't want to pay coaches. And that's why for me, I think Ben Johnson is off the table. Mike McCarthy. Now, watch this ice cold. Now, let's ask ourselves. So what does Mike McCarthy bring to the table if he's not the OC? What does he bring? Do we realize we've had a snapshot of Mike McCarthy in both instances? Both instances. When he was the OC and when he wasn't the OC. Tell me the difference. Tell me the difference. Y'all might not realize it, but Dak Prescott was already putting up numbers before McCarthy. Dak was already putting up numbers. Dak was already putting up video game numbers. We don't even realize this. Dak was already putting up video game numbers. Dak put up video game numbers with McCarthy. He put up video game numbers with Kellen Moore. Both of them. Not one, but both of them. So what is Mike McCarthy going to bring? What is he going to show you that he hasn't showed you already? What is he going to show you? Explain it to me. What is he going to show you? Other than the fact you go out and get him super players. I mean, you're basically going to have to build a super team to where he can't fail. I mean, that's really the alternative that Jerry has. That if he keeps Mike McCarthy, then you better go out and get super players. But I am telling y'all, this West Coast offense is raggedy and it's antiquated. And you don't bring in players like a Jonathan Mingo, and I'm not saying he's a super stud, but you're not going to bring in these new guys like McMillan from Auburn. You're not bringing in a guy like that. Oh, and then we're going to put you in the West Coast. Trash. Trash. It is utterly trash. And if we're out here saying, well, who can we get better than Mike McCarthy? Man, we done set the bar too low. We've set the bar way too low. Real fan one, Andy Reid wouldn't win a Super Bowl with this team because the team wouldn't be good enough. Andy Reid would choke like Mike McCarthy. I think Andy Reid would be better, but I'm with you. I don't think he wins the Super Bowl with this team. I'm with you. I don't think he does. I don't think he does. But let me give you the other side of this. But Andy Reid is better than Mike McCarthy. Andy Reid is better than Mike McCarthy. And Andy Reid just might be able to get another player or two. I'll put it like this. If you tell me the Cowboys are going to go in the draft, and let's say they get the kid McMillan, and they get the running back from North Carolina, I would be more satisfied with those two picks with Andy Reid because I know how he calls plays versus Mike McCarthy because I know it's going to be more the same. Mike McCarthy has decided that he is going to stick with the West Coast offense. And for me, if he's going to stick with the West Coast offense, he got to go. He got to go. And that's why for me, I'll be honest with you. I don't like the mentality of the team. Because if y'all don't notice, this team is a reflection of Mike McCarthy. They've become like Mike McCarthy. They become philosophical. You ever notice this stuff that Michael Parsons be talking about? Yeah, man. Yeah, we watched a movie last night, man, and the movie said, yeah, man, we was reading a book. Oh, yeah, we had this motivational speaker. What? What are they talking about? Y'all might not listen to Michael Parsons. He's talking analytically when he's talking like he's crazy. Yeah, man, you take them, you take them 5 touchdowns off the scoreboard, man, and we win the game. I mean, it really wasn't but 5, you take away them 5 big plays, we made them earn the rest. That's analytic talk. It's stupid talk. Michael Parsons, let me put you back in reality. Get you away from the analytics. Do you not realize teams win games based on big plays? Big plays are a part of this game. That's actually what you want. You want big plays. 4 to 8 times a game. Big plays, chunk plays. See, Mike McCarthy, 15 play drives, hey man, ball control, I'm with it. But doggone it, sometimes you got to go down the field, man. The longer the drive, the more chances for mistakes. And I'm with them long drives. But sometimes you got to say, hey, man, hey, you know what? 2-minute offense. Let's go score. Let's go get in the end zone. Who wants 13, 14 play drives getting 3 points? Who wants that? If that's what we want, you're going to find out. You're going to continue to be the same team. We're going to be the same team. Gabe said Jerry Jones wants a coach to have incentive-laden contract. Jerry doesn't want to pay. He doesn't. He doesn't want to pay his coaches. He wants a guy. And Gabe. That's the part I just said. Jerry playing games. I want a coach that want to be here. Man, let me tell you something. If this is how you do your relationships, you got terrible relationships. Now, it's one thing when we're talking about treating each other with love and respect. But what I'm not going to do is let you devalue me and be beneath who I am, be beneath my character, my morals, my beliefs, just so I can be with you. Man, you better kick rocks. I'm not going to lower my standards. And this is exactly what Jerry and Steven loves. They love for players to lower their standards, that value themselves. Well, the market says you're worth 20. There's nothing like being in Dallas. What do you mean? What do you mean there's nothing like being in Dallas? Because you haven't won anything since 96. That was your last Super Bowl. It's a 28-year drought. So what else could you be offering me when you say there's nothing like being in Dallas? Oh, wait a minute. Media attention? No state tax? Life after football? But when it comes to winning, well, you might not win on the field, but you'll win everywhere else. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? This is the nonsense the Joneses try to talk up. This is the stuff they try to talk up. All of the stuff that doesn't necessarily contribute to winning. I'm telling you, until more people start standing up on this team, they're not going to change. I'm sorry, Mike ought to be standing on business on this. Excuse me. Mike ought to be standing on business. I've seen what some of you have said. Hey, man, Mike's had 3 12-win seasons in a row. Well, stand on business then, Mike. Stand on business. Don't beg nobody to hire you. Stand on business then. Stand on it. I ain't worried about Jerry. I'm walking away from this thing. Stand on business. Begging in the press. Why do you need to tell people that you know, and I'm going back to Big Sarge on what he said. Jerry talking about him and Mike have already had conversations. So why does Mike McCarthy have to be out in the court of public opinion talking about, well, I want to be here? You don't need to tell nobody that, Mike. You know what you need to be telling people? Stand on business. Hey, man, my record speaks for itself. Whether it's here or somewhere else, you better learn how to talk. You better learn how to stand up for yourself. Hey, Mike, what if Jerry don't resign? Hey, man, whether it's here or somewhere else, I know how to win. I know how to build teams. You better start standing on business. I'm telling you, I don't think we understand some of the stuff we're talking about. It's crazy. Nah, not worried about it. Tony said now it's time to relax and be a full-time hater of every team. Blood pressure back to normal. Man, I'm telling you. I'm back to, again, where I was before. I mean, I'm just in evaluation mode. I want to see what this team does. And I'm telling y'all, it's important. It's important. I'll just be honest with you. I know y'all going to hate what I'm going to tell you. But to me, it's important for the Detroit Lions or the Philadelphia Eagles to succeed. It's important. And the reason why it's important It's important because if they don't succeed, Jerry and Steven again gets to say, Super Bowls aren't won in free agency. They're not won at the trade deadline. That if how Philly and Detroit has done it, if that don't work, then Jerry gets to say he's right. He can do what he wants to do. Because what they did didn't garner wins or win the Super Bowl. So maybe the way we're doing it, maybe we can win a Super Bowl. Y'all better hear me when I tell you. It is important that the Detroit Lions or the Philadelphia Eagles go to the Super Bowl and win. One of the two. They need to go to the Super Bowl, and it'd be great if they win. So the message can be sent to the ownership. You got to do something different. You have to do something different. Look at what those two teams did. You have to. Ice Cold said, get the head coach done so we can move on to the draft strategy. Bingo. Because draft starts now. And I'm sure they've already been looking, but the draft starts full speed now. And you need the coach that you're going to roll with. You need him in the room now. You need him in the room now. And I'm just wondering what the Cowboys are going to do. I'm wondering what they're going to do because they don't seem to be in a hurry. Jerry's already said he's not in a hurry to sign any of these guys. Because in other news, we're talking about Mike McCarthy. But Mike Zimmer may walk away from this thing. Mike Zimmer may walk away from this. I think from the very beginning, Mike Zimmer only did this for Jerry Jones as a favor. I'm not sure that Mike Zimmer wanted to come back and coach or get back into full long-time coaching. I don't know if y'all noticed it, but Mike Zimmer, Mike Zimmer, he got a girlfriend now. Yeah, I don't know if y'all know this, Mike Zimmer, he got a new girlfriend now. She's only a model. Yeah, she's only a model. This boy Zim. Look at this boy Zim too. This dude Zim. Look at this dude. Now she ain't Bill Belichick young. She in her 40s. Maxim magazine model. She's a model. But look how she looks. She's about 20-something years younger, I think. Hey, man. Mike is an old dog. Mike Zimmer's an old dog, y'all. And I told y'all this the other day. You might not remember. Coaching is hard on these marriages. You see a lot of these coaches, they get divorced. Coaching is hard on these guys' marriages. Well, Mike Zimmer, obviously, I'm sure I think he's been married before. I'm not sure if Mike Zimmer wants to do this all over again. Why would you want to marry this young lady? Why would you want to do that? And now at 67, 68 years old. So you're telling me now you're going to subject her to the same tumultuous, stressful coaching career that you probably did with your first wife. Coaching a team is a year-round job. Zim. I don't know if Zim. I don't know if Zim is going to want to do this again. I mean, look at this. Come on, man. This is like Zim's daughter. This looked like Zim's daughter. Okay, so Mike Zimmer was married before. Okay, didn't know that. He was previously married. His wife Vicky passed away unexpectedly of natural causes in 2009 at age 50. But even then, it doesn't change what I'm saying. This coaching stuff is hard on marriages. It's hard on marriages. And look at this. I don't know if Mike is going to want to give up his life of traveling and everything else with this young lady to dedicate his life to football again. See, when you don't have somebody, his wife dies, when he's 50 in 2000, when she was 50 in 2009, I think it says she was 50. So it's no big deal to dedicate your life to coaching. But now you're about to be married again. And I know he's 68. She's 42. Mike might want to enjoy his life and get away from the stressfulness of coaching. Because I'm telling you, this job is stressful. See, he was a consultant with Colorado in 2022. I think he might have came back to the Cowboys as a favor for Jerry Jones. And he may walk off into the sunset. He may walk off into the sunset. And Michael Parsons even said as much. Mike Zimmer may walk off into the sunset. So this team is going to see change regardless. It is going to see change regardless. And so the issue is, do we want to keep Mike McCarthy and then you bring in a new DC? Maybe they can get him to do it one more year. But I'm telling you, man, I just don't know. I mean, this team really needs change. It does. Roger M. Money rules overall. Money talks. BS walks. You better believe it. Money talks. Talking walks a marathon. It runs. I'm sorry. Talking runs a marathon. It does. It runs a marathon. Flat out. Tony says, take the Dame playbook, play calling away from Mike. Yeah. Linehan got hired because Garrett was on the hot seat. And you think about it. And so the question becomes, Tony, and this is why I say about Mike. So, Mike, you're going to have to ask yourself. So, do you want to go away from play calling just to stay with the Cowboys? Or do you want to test the market and see if you can be a team? See if you can be man, I'm sorry. Ice cold Cowboys comment just threw me way off. Mike, do you want to be on a team to where you have to give up play calling duties to be the coach? Or do you want to be on a team to where you can be the coach and call plays? Because Mike McCarthy loves to call plays. Ice Cold says, breaking news, Zeke signed with the Cowboy Waves. You know what? If I'm not mistaken, Ice Cold, I heard something the other day, and I hadn't heard this before, but in order for Zeke to be eligible to sign with one of the contenders, Zeke had to sign before the season ends. He has to sign with a team before the season ends. At least that's what I think I'm hearing. So in other words, he's not going to be able to play with one of these teams that are contending. Y'all tell me. I got to do some more research on this. But I heard somebody say it the other day, and I was like, okay, I never heard this before. Never heard this before, but this is what they're saying. Blue Star, what's going on? He said, what up, man? He says, don't you agree that if they would have started Trey Lance instead of Rush? Man, you saw my video. I said it. We might have maybe been in the play. I said it, man. I mean, Trey Lance, he's not a better quarterback than Cooper Rush here, but he does so many other things better. I just think his skill set would have translated better to the Cowboys winning. I think he wins some of these games. I do. I think he wins some of these games. Jay Recruiter, Mike already said that he has more power in Dallas than he did in Green Bay. He said that, but so Jay Recruiter and James Jones, somebody who has been a Mike McCarthy apologist. Jay Recruiter, this is the very reason why I don't want Mike McCarthy back. Because if you're telling me you've had say-so in this, and this is what it's been, you're fired. Now, I don't know if y'all saw my latest video about the whole Trey Lance thing, but Stephen Jones said something last week, and I posted it in that video. Stephen Jones let a cat out of the bag. Stephen Jones said that we're going to see how Trey Lance practices, because we want Trey Lance to play, and now Mike McCarthy is a lot more, he's a lot more open to it. Wait a minute. So you're telling me it's been Mike McCarthy's decision to let Cooper Rush start over Trey Lance? It's been Mike McCarthy's decision on these Trey Lance packages to go away from him. So you're telling me a lot of the stuff that we're seeing happening with this team, draft included, is Mike McCarthy. You're fired. Even James Jones said it. James Jones said, well, if he's got that much power, then he needs to take responsibility for a lot of things that have happened on this team. He's fired for me. Big Sarge, the people that matter made the decision on Dak. It's it. No one's changing it. They're not. Nisa said, yeah, Mike should go to the Bears where he would have control. And like I'm saying, Nisa, you think about control with the Cowboys versus control with the Bears, be a whole different thing. Whole different thing. Lewis Bailey, what's going on? He said, always about Dak. Explain how a team can win games when the so-called best defensive player rack up no tackles, no sack, but it's Dak's fault when they lose. Make it make sense. And Lewis Bailey, and these same people who keep talking about Dak, well, they don't understand they're destroying their own argument. So now you got to explain to me, so you're not giving Dak credit for all the wins, 12-win seasons, 3 seasons in a row. You're not giving him credit for the wins. You're only giving him credit for the losses. Backwards talk. Backwards talk. Freddie says, a.k.a. Extremely Stupid People Network. I like that. Are the ones that started this narrative that Jerry meddles, because no coach that has coached the Cowboys under Jerry has come out and said that publicly. You know, I think there's another part of this too, Freddie. I think they actually know not to say stuff like that. Because I think if they said stuff like that, they know what it would mean to them being or having another job in this league. But there actually has been a coach that has said that. It's Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson said that. Jimmy has said that. And it spoke volumes when Jerry fired Jimmy, because Jerry wanted to meddle in the football business. That's why Jimmy got gone. How do you fire a coach after he wins the Super Bowl? Make that make sense. You win the Super Bowl and you get fired. That's crazy. It is. Nisi said, we don't get backups where tangibles are closer to QB1. Nisi, we don't get backups that are even close to the starters on any position. We build top-heavy teams with bad benches. I'm gonna skip down a little further. We build top-heavy teams with bad benches. King Ape said the Bills were better. The only thing was they couldn't win the big one. Man, King Ape, I keep telling folk, the Bills were a dynasty too. The Cowboys were just a juggernaut. Them doggone Bills went to the Super Bowl 4 times in a row. In a row. Didn't win not a one of them. NFC was just that good. They were. They were just that good. In particular, the NFC East. They were just that good. They were. Kevin says the Dallas and the 49ers championship game was the Super Bowl's 2 super teams. Dak had never had a super team. Kelvin, I keep trying to tell folks this. They won't listen. Because I know who they're comparing Dak to. They're comparing him to Troy Aikman. I just showed Troy Aikman's. I can pull it up again for the people in the back. You got to tell me. You got to tell me why. Why is it that before the Herschel, why is it after the picks from the Herschel Walker trade, it is then that the Cowboys make this huge jump in 92? We're not even talking about the trades. We're not talking about the Haleys, the Nortons. We're not even talking about those guys. The Cowboys had a super team from 92 to 95. And nobody wants to talk about this. What if this was Dak Prescott's last 4 years? What if this was Dak Prescott's last 5 years? What if this was Dak Prescott? What if this was Dak? In the time that Dak has had with McCarthy, so these are 5 seasons right here. 5 seasons. What if this was Dak Prescott's record with Mike McCarthy? 10-5, 6-10, 7-4, 7-7, 4-7. What would people be saying about Dak then? But the crazy thing is, Dak hasn't even had this record. That's the crazy part. And when you look at the Super Bowl run, Dak hasn't had a team close to him. Dak nor Tony Romo ever had a team close to the 92-95 Cowboys. And there's a reason, because we have yet to find the next Herschel Walker trade. I think we could have had it. But people got in their feelings about trading Micah Parsons. We could have had it. Micah Parsons already trying to, I know it. I saw it. He's trying to recruit Tyreek Hill to the Cowboys. Seriously, though, does he really think Jerry's going to go get Tyreek? And what if they're trading? Yeah, what they're trading to get him? Man, I just thought this was an absolute joke. Tyreek Hill is still going to command close to a $100 million contract. Ain't no way. Jerry better go his butt in that draft and get a wide receiver. Milton said, didn't see those games. I was in the 90s era. Yeah, he says, well, I came in with Danny White. Yeah. Yeah, you said you came into the Danny White era. Yeah, you should have saw some of the Troy stuff, though, right? Yeah, the real fan, they're not close enough. They're not right now. No. And actually, what people don't understand, we have not actually been close in the Romo era or the Dak era. We actually have not been close to winning the Super Bowl. We haven't had the complete teams. The 90s Cowboys were a complete team, top to bottom. They were. King Ape said the Bills went to force. Man, I'm telling you, people don't understand how good those doggone Bills were. Them dudes were good. Apocalyptic Cowboy. Nope, not giving it to you. Nope, not giving it to you. Because when you have teams around you, people do not understand. It takes teams to make plays. You want to know why Cam Newton failed in the Super Bowl? Cam Newton didn't have a team. Cam Newton was the team. But when you're Troy Aikman and you can hand it off to Emmitt Smith behind the best the best line historically in the NFL, when you can play action to Emmitt Smith and you can throw it to Alvin Harper, Michael Irvin, when you have a top 10 defense, when you have Jimmy Johnson who's instilled a mentality in a team of accountability, you don't have to worry about this stuff that we're talking about. What we're doing, and we don't realize it, is we put way too much. And this is why these other teams have gotten smart. Detroit Lions didn't come into this season saying, hey, man, we're going to put this all on Jared Goff. No, we're going to take some of this off of Jared Goff. Let's go get him a running game. Let's go get him skill players. Let's go get him wide receivers. Let's go get him guys that can take it to the house. Let's go get him people that can make plays so Jared Goff don't have to make the play. Now listen to that. It's the whole thing that's wrong with this team. Stupid talk. Kevin Bryant, we ain't had a lineman close to Allen and Williams. We ain't had a lineman close to him. We haven't. We haven't had one close to him. Nope. Take Aikman's best year. Ain't better than Dak's average. Nope. But if I take Aikman's team, YDMFS, if we take Aikman's team, that's where the proof is. The team. The teams were so much better. Hector, woo! Troy Aikman wasn't even the best quarterback during the 90 Super Bowl run. Hector. Mic drop. Mic drop, Hector. Mic drop. I've said it before, too. Folk better recognize Jim Kelly. But that Buffalo team, only problem is that Cowboy team was a juggernaut. That Cowboys team was a juggernaut, man. They were just hard to beat, and folks don't give their defenses enough credit. Man, those defenses were crazy, and folks don't give those defenses enough credit. Freddie said, I would have been impressed if the Bills had won those Super Bowls. It was impressive for them to get there. Problem is, it was just more impressive. The Cowboys were juggernauts. They were. Cowboys were juggernauts. They were. Nobody wanted to play against Larry Allen. Nobody. And they'll all tell you. Nobody said in his fan, what's going on? Nobody wanted to do it. Troy said Eric Williams was the best old lineman on that team. Made Reggie White quit. I'm telling you, Troy, people do not understand how good that team was. I can confidently say, I don't think it's possible to put together a team that was as good as the 90s Cowboys teams. I don't think it's possible today to do that. It was a non-salary cap era. It's just not possible, man. 70s fan, remember the 85 Bears? I'm telling you, I don't think it would be possible to put together these kind of teams today. Eric Williams, Larry Allen, Nate Newton, all dogs. I'm telling you, Kitty boy, people don't understand. They haven't, Dak nor Romo has played with that. They haven't. Let's see. Big E was the best lineman before his injury. Big E. Are you talking about on the modern Big E? Apocalyptic Cowboy. I'll agree with you on the lasers, but Dak Prescott, whether you realize it or not, has thrown circles around Troy Aikman. He's literally thrown circles around Troy Aikman. Dak Prescott is going to own every record with the Cowboys before it's all said and done. Dak Prescott throws lasers, but you're answering the part of the puzzle. Emmitt Smith got touchdowns. Guess what? Because they had the best offensive line in the NFL and historically in the NFL. And Troy Aikman stood behind that line. Emmitt ran behind that line. Troy ate off play action. Go back and look. Troy Aikman ate off play action, and he had Hall of Fame receivers. You just answered the question, even though you don't want to acknowledge it. Name me the back the Cowboys have had that has been as good as Emmitt Smith. Zeke nor DeMarco Murray are not. They're not close. They're not close to Emmitt, especially when you pair him with that line. No, they're not close. They are not close. But I'm telling us, man. Santiago, what's going on? Troy said, fact is, Dallas does not have that team now. They don't. They don't. And so they need the quarterback to carry him. Well, I can tell you now, Troy, if they need a quarterback to carry him, you want to know why they haven't been back? Do you want to know why they have not been back? You want to know why? There have been very few quarterbacks not named Brady to win the Super Bowl in the last 10 years. You want to know why? Because there is rarely a quarterback every generation. And I'm laughing at us. I'm laughing at us because there are two things that are true. Is Patrick Mahomes a generational quarterback? Yes. But is he a generational quarterback without Andy Reid? Put him on the Bears. Put him on the Jets. Put him on the Browns. Put him on the Panthers. I saw Patrick Mahomes at Texas Tech. I saw him. And I'm telling you, there is nobody, if you look at Patrick Mahomes in college versus Trevor Lawrence in college, I bet you wouldn't find a person that would tell you, hey, man, looking at both of them quarterbacks, Patrick Mahomes is going to be better than Trevor Lawrence. If you don't think that it matters the team that you go to, people are missing this poignant point. It matters. It matters who the coach is. It matters who the GM is. It matters who the owner is. All this matters. It matters. You want to know why Kansas City was not doing this before Patrick Mahomes? Someone says, well, Dak ain't Patrick Mahomes. Who is? And that's my point exactly. Who is? And even Patrick Mahomes, again, is he Patrick Mahomes without Andy Reid? He only came to a team that had already went to the playoffs the year before. A team that should have went to the Super Bowl the year before. And it wasn't Alex Smith's fault why they didn't go to the Super Bowl. It wasn't his fault the defense is trash. Folk don't even talk about Steve Spagnuolo, Super Bowl winning defensive coordinator. People don't talk about what the Kansas City Chiefs have, not just on the field, but on the sidelines. Andy Reid makes a difference on the field from the sideline. Steve Spagnuolo makes a difference on the field from the sideline. We don't have none of that. I laugh at how we talk about teams. We want Dak to do something that no other quarterback is doing. Tell me the quarterback that has taken this team to the Super Bowl. Tell me. Tell me other than someone not named Patrick Mahomes. Tell me. Don't give me Matthew Stafford. Go back and look at the Super Bowl team. The Rams are still suffering from the team they built around Matthew Stafford. You want to know why they haven't won again? They had to pay the piper. They put a super team around Matthew Stafford just to win one Super Bowl. I'll bet you this, he won't get another one. Because it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable to do it the way Sean McVay did it. Sean McVay basically said, I got to hit the lottery. I'm going to sign all these players for one season. I got to hit the lottery. I have to hit the lottery. He did it. And Jerry Jones said something that I absolutely love. You know what Jerry Jones said? Jerry Jones himself said, Don't let Jerry fool you. He know what's going on, even though he try to play dumb sometimes. Jerry said he likes the team that the Eagles have constructed as well as others, because they've been questioning him about, are you looking at what these other teams are doing? He's talking about Detroit and Philly. Detroit and Philly in particular. But you know what he said? And they better hit now. This is why I'm telling y'all. This is why I'm going to be following the Detroit Lions and the Philadelphia Eagles closely. Y'all don't understand what I'm telling you. They have to succeed. Because if they don't succeed, Jerry will flip back around saying, well, they did it like they did it and they still didn't win. No. We need them to win. We need them to win. So we don't let Jerry keep doing this. Jerry, no matter who the coach is, Jerry is going to have to. Hold on a second. Let me give a station break here. Milton, what's going on? Now, let me help you out. I appreciate your comment. So you do understand why Troy Aikman was the Super Bowl MVP. You do understand that, right? We give these quarterbacks way too much credit when they win, and we give them too much blame when they lose. When you're playing on a super team, Milton Green, so you don't think you're going to be the Super Bowl MVP sometimes? You don't think that's going to happen? When you're playing on a super team, how much easier do you think the plays are? So if you have the most dominant back in football, Milton, what do you think your play action look like? Just what do you think it looks like? Not to mention you're better than the team you're playing, because the Cowboys were better than the Bills. It just is what it is. So you have the most dominant run game in football, line and running back. So what do you think his play action is going to look like? Because if the Buffalo Bills come in that game saying we're going to stop Emmitt Smith, what do you think the play action looks like? And not only do you have the play action, but you have a Hall of Fame wide receiver known as the playmaker, and you have Alvin Harper on the other side. What do you think is going to happen? When you play on super teams, people don't understand something. You can do super things because you're on a super team. It's no surprise to anybody. We got to understand, no one's saying Troy Aikman was trash. Wasn't. But what we're saying is that Dak Prescott isn't trash either. And Dak Prescott, I want you to think about Dak Prescott on that team during the time frame. Because in that time frame of Dak's career, if we're taking them in the same time frames of their career, Dak Prescott is 25 times more mobile than Troy Aikman. So you're telling me Dak Prescott don't win on that team? I'm going to tell you you're not being truthful. Dak Prescott wins on those teams too. He flat out does. And you know how I know? Because if you go back to 1991, Steve Berline won on that team. That's the facts. Steve Berline won on that 1991 team, which was not as good as that 1992. Go look at the facts. Steve Berline was winning on that 1991 team that was not as good as that 1992 team. And I'm telling y'all do not understand what I'm telling you. If you don't think that Jimmy Johnson was willing to go with Steve Berline over Troy Aikman, you don't know what you're talking about. I told it a couple of days ago, the story from Dave Onstadt, when Troy Aikman threw 3 interceptions in a game. Jimmy Johnson flat out told Troy Aikman, Dave Onstadt said it, not me, told Troy Aikman to his face, you can't play for me throwing 3 interceptions. I'll go with Steve Berline. Anybody know what happened in 1991? Troy got hurt. Steve Berline comes in and wins. Steve Berline could have won with that team. I know this is going to hurt y'all feelings. Steve Berline could have won with that 1992 team because Steve Berline ate with the 1991 team. I'm giving you facts. You don't like them. Y'all probably don't like them, but I'm telling you the truth. Steve Berline won with the 1991 Dallas Cowboys, and they were not at the peak of their superpowers. It was 92 when the switch flipped. It's amazing, though. It's amazing how Troy Aikman started playing that Steve Berline almost took that job. And I'm telling you, if it was not for Jerry Jones, and we see this same mentality in Jerry Jones right now, I'm telling you, if it wasn't for Jerry Jones, I would not have been surprised if Jimmy would have let Steve Berline challenge Troy for that job. I'm telling you. That's how, see, Jimmy, he built, see, you're looking at a different Jimmy now. You're looking at a different Jimmy. Jimmy is the same one that told y'all, yeah, man, you don't trade Michael Parsons. Stop it. If Jimmy would have saw the opportunity in 92, 91, 90, Michael Parsons playing the same way he's playing now. I question the way he's playing now, but I digress. If someone knocked on the door and told Jimmy, we'll give you 2 number 2s, 2 number 1s for Michael Parsons, y'all better stop letting Jimmy lie to y'all. Y'all better stop letting Jimmy lie to y'all. Jimmy would have parlayed Michael Parsons into picks the same way he parlayed Herschel Walker into picks, because y'all might not realize it, but Herschel Walker was a generational running back, physical specimen. I think where he messed up is he went to the USFL first, just like Jim Kelly went to the USFL first. But had they come to the NFL first, I just think we might be looking at 2 different players. Herschel Walker was incredible. I mean, I never thought he was, I thought he was a little overrated even back in the day, but a lot of people loved Herschel Walker. They did. They loved Herschel Walker. Jimmy struck while the fire was hot. Jerry struck while the fire was hot. People wanted those players, and they parlayed them into just multiple picks. And I'm telling y'all, Jimmy can tell you anything he want to. Jimmy would have went with Steve Berline and wouldn't even blinked. You want to know why he would have went with Steve Berline and not even blinked? Let me help y'all with facts, because some folks don't understand facts. You want to know why he would have went with Steve Berline and not even blinked? Because this is Troy Aikman before the super team kicks in 92. This is him in 90. This is him in 89, 0-11. This is him in 1990, 7-8. This is him in 91. He's 7-5 in 91. You don't think that Jimmy, if he can win with Steve Berline, you don't think he's going with Steve Berline? And I bet you that team still would have won. But Jerry, I'm telling you, Jerry stepped in because Dave Onstadt said it. Jerry stepped in. Y'all better start. Freddie done told y'all this before. Now, me and Freddie ain't in total agreement on this, on Jerry's part, but Freddie done told y'all before. You Troy Aikman lovers might better start giving Jerry a little bit of credit. Because I'm telling you, Dave Onstadt said it. Jerry told Troy to his face, you can't play for me. Look at what he looked like in 90 89, 90, and 91. This Troy Aikman. We be killing Dak Prescott for those type of seasons. We be killing him. We would have killed Dak Prescott if Dak Prescott, I don't care what the team is, we'd have killed Dak Prescott if he came in 0-11, 7-8, 7-5. What if Dak Prescott steps in for Tony Romo and goes 0-11? We killing Dak Prescott with good stats, with wins, with a runner-up MVP, with an all-pro. We killing Dak Prescott in the comments. We killing him. What if he did this in his first season? What if he did this in his second season? What if he did this in his third season? We killing him. We killing Dak Prescott. We killing Dak Prescott. Y'all tell me, we killing Dak Prescott. Troy Aikman, 13-3, 11-3, 10-4, 12-4. Dak Prescott, 12 wins, 3 seasons in a row. We killing him. Troy Aikman on a super team, 92, 93, 94, 95, super team. We killing Dak Prescott, and he had teams close. Dak hasn't had teams close to Troy Aikman. Hasn't had coaching close to Troy Aikman. Hasn't had a coach close to Jimmy Johnson. Hasn't had teams close to Troy Aikman, and we killing him. But if we look at his stats, we look at his record, we're talking about playoff wins with the teams that he's been on, and we killing him. And we talking about a snapshot of Troy Aikman from 92, 93, 94, 95, but nobody talks about 96, 97, 98, 99, and 2000. Folks, Cowboy fans will literally have you thinking that Troy Aikman was a Hall of Fame quarterback, not because of his 3 Super Bowl wins and not because of the 92 through 96. They'll make you think Troy Aikman was the most dominant quarterback in the league for 13 seasons. I got news for you. No, he wasn't. I'll hurt your feelings with facts. I'm not saying Troy Aikman wasn't good. But nobody will tell you that Troy Aikman was even the best quarterback in the league, even in the Super Bowl MVP year. They won't tell you that because he wasn't. He wasn't. Troy Aikman wasn't better than Troy Aikman wasn't better than Joe Montana. He wasn't. Some of y'all don't remember, but Troy Aikman wasn't even better than Steve Young. He was not better than Steve Young. Nope. I'm not even giving him better than Jim Kelly. Nope. There were quarterbacks during the era of 92 through 95 that were better than Troy Aikman. They were. It's not even arguable. You can argue it, but it's not arguable. But you know what I can't argue? But they didn't have better teams. They didn't have better teams. They didn't have better teams. They didn't. Troy played on better teams than everybody. Everybody. From 92, that Herschel Walker trade, y'all Cowboys fans, y'all need to, you Troy Aikman fans, y'all need to be sending Herschel Walker postcards. Because I wonder what Troy Aikman is without Herschel Walker trade. What is he? All I can go off of. Because I can't go to I can't go to Patrick Mahomes and say, what is Patrick Mahomes without Andy Reid? But you know what I can do with Tom Brady? See, y'all don't understand. See, Tom Brady is the GOAT. I laugh at folk trying to give Patrick Mahomes the GOAT on 3 Super Bowls. Hold on a second. Let's not even have that conversation. Because Tom Brady, we know what he looks like with Bill Belichick, and we know what he looks like without Bill Belichick. We know what he looked like. We know what Tom Brady looked like. He not only did it with the Patriots. He goes to the Buccaneers, and he does it there too. We know what he looks like. Brady was putting up numbers with the Buccaneers. We know what he looks like. We don't know what Patrick Mahomes looks like without Andy Reid. And by the time his contract is up, that part probably won't even count. We won't even think about that part no more. But I can tell you what we do have. You can love it, like it, or hate it. But I can tell you what you do have. I know what Troy Aikman looked like before that Herschel Walker trade. I know what he looked like after Jimmy Johnson. And you can't argue it. I know what he looked like. Now, if you try to come to, but the team, you think? Oh, but the team, you think? Oh, Jimmy was, you think? You can like it or hate it. But we're judging Troy Aikman whether we accept it or not. The Troy Aikman fans can only be talking about 92 to 96. This is all you can talk about. That's it. This is all you're talking about, 92 to 96. You're not talking about a quarterback who walked on the field, and from the moment he stepped on the field, he was dominant. He wasn't. He wasn't dominant. And this is not knocking Troy Aikman. I'm sorry. Facts sometimes, historical facts, I'm sorry, they paint a different picture, don't they? Troy Aikman had a super team around him, and you can't argue it. You can't. You cannot argue it. I watched those 90 Cowboys, and Troy Aikman was not the reason they were winning. He was a part of the reason. He was a part of the reason. Troy had playmakers all around him. All around him. Troy Aikman had playmakers around him, man. We don't even acknowledge some of them. He had so many. Troy Aikman had playmakers, man. Dak Prescott has not had playmakers around him. And even when you think about Patrick Mahomes, y'all can tell me anything you want to. But there's a reason why Andy Reid went out and got Patrick Mahomes a run game. Because his offense looked different without Tyreek Hill. His offense looked different. It did. And it hasn't looked the same since Tyreek Hill. Some people talking about Eric Bieniemy. Anything that nothing to do with Eric Bieniemy. That offense looks different because they don't have a human cheetah on there any longer. I'm telling us. I'm just giving us facts. We don't have to like them, but you can't argue facts. Facts don't care about your feelings. I see these facts. I watch those games. And nowhere, when I was living in the 90s, you didn't hear people talking about Troy Aikman as in, like, some folks are talking about him. You would hear folks, hey, man, Troy Aikman is good, man. You didn't hear folks saying, man, Troy Aikman, the best quarterback in the league. Nobody was making that argument. Nobody. No, nobody was making that argument. It wasn't an argument to be made. Because in actuality, everyone knew. It wasn't a secret. The Dallas Cowboys are a juggernaut. Everybody knew it. Everybody knew it. They're a juggernaut. They're better than every team out there. I mean, there's nothing else to tell you. They're better than every team out there. It's not the quarterback. No, their team is better than anybody out there. And in actuality, people talked more about Emmitt Smith than they did Troy Aikman. Now, I don't know what part of the country y'all are from, but any of the 90s folk who truly watched this team, they talked about Emmitt Smith more than they talked about Troy Aikman, period. Now, you want to talk about dominant. Emmitt was dominant. And then you get people who make the same argument with Emmitt as in, well, what if Emmitt wasn't behind that line? Because some people say Barry Sanders, better than Emmitt. I don't know about being better than Emmett, but I will say this. I don't think Emmett was a better pure runner as Barry Sanders. But I think Emmitt Smith was a better running back than Barry Sanders because Emmett did it all. Run, catch out of the backfield, blocking, smart player. Not saying Barry wasn't smart, but I'm telling you, Emmett was so smart, man, when it came to running the ball, you rarely saw anybody get a shot on Emmett. He knew how to make everyone miss just enough where he never took big shots. Every blue moon. But Emmett was very smart. But people make a lot of these same arguments. But I'm telling you, y'all don't realize this. This is one of the main reasons why people were arguing about Troy Aikman getting into the Hall of Fame. Because this is what we're going by. This is what we're going by. When you look at a lot of these quarterbacks that are in the Hall of Fame, they were absolutely dominant. They were dominant. And early on and quickly, they were dominant. And they had numbers. Troy's numbers are pedestrian. Now, I know that may sound cruel, but I'm telling you, his numbers, when you compare them in the grand scheme of things, they're pedestrian. They're not the type of numbers that if he was on an average to losing team, you would be looking at those numbers going, that ain't Hall of Fame stuff. But Dan Marino's numbers, he didn't even win a Super Bowl. He's a Hall of Fame quarterback. Why? Because he was one of the best quarterbacks. And you could literally say in Dan Marino's career, there were years where he was the best quarterback in the NFL. But me, I'm different. I would rather be on a winning team. And it's the same thing I said about this year. I would rather be on a winning team than be the quote-unquote best player on the team. I want to be on a winning team. I actually want, and I understand something that Micah Parsons is doing. My problem with Micah Parsons is he's doing it the wrong way. But Micah Parsons, I realized something about Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons wants players on the team. But Micah Parsons wasn't alive in the 90s. But what he is looking at is Micah Parsons is looking at how all the other teams are doing it. He's looking at how the other teams are doing it. They're putting players around their quarterback. And where Michael has got to get wiser is he's got to stop trying to, because now he's saying he wants to talk to Jerry Jones. He wants a meeting because he's wanting Jerry Jones to go ahead, get him signed. He'll sign for less money so Jerry Jones can get players on the team. But Michael isn't understanding. It's not the money that's stopping Jerry Jones from putting players on the team. It's his mismanagement of the money. It's his mismanagement of the salary cap. It's his timing on when he signs players is why he doesn't put players on the team. Michael is trying to force Jerry to do something that he doesn't do. Jerry doesn't sign players when he needs to. Jerry waits until everyone else is signed. Then he signs his players to the highest contracts, and then he blames his players. What? You wait to sign your players, and then you sign them to the highest contracts, and then you blame the players? This is craziness. This is craziness. And I'm telling us, I understand what Micah's doing, but he's got to do it in a different way. He's got to let his agent take care of it. He's got to do it more quietly in a sense, because he's going to put himself in a position I said it before, I'll say it again. You don't trust your feelings or your vulnerability to someone who doesn't care. And because you're telling Jerry and Steven that you'll play cheaper doesn't mean they're going to go out and get players. They don't have players because they don't want players. And this is why I keep telling y'all this thing with the Detroit Lions, it needs to be successful. It does. It needs to be successful. Freddie, please say it ain't so. I think we've seen Schottenheimer. I actually think we've seen Schottenheimer be the OC before. I can't remember the team. I think they need somebody other than Schott. Wilson, Mike is one of the best coaches that I think there is, Jones said. He was made the coach here because I thought that he done absolutely nothing to diminish my opinion of him as a coach. And Wilson, isn't it strange? He sounds just like that girl who says he's a nice guy. I should want him. I should like him. And then they don't date him. Does this really sound like an owner that wants to get rid of someone? And I'm really impressed with the way the players identify and are inside with him. I don't know. Jerry doesn't sound like a person to me that wants to sign the coach, because if he wanted to sign him, he could already sign him. What is he waiting on? What is he waiting on? Sign him. Kelvin said if Mike gives Jerry a contract, we're done for the next year. Man, I'm telling you, it's going to be more of the same. Wilson said if it happens every year, team acquires by the coach, does it mean it's actually going to happen? No, it doesn't. And that's why I said before, it could be sometimes these teams, they call in a coach because sometimes they'll use something that coach says. They're taking notes and, okay, maybe we could do that. But they don't hire the coach. Because I'll be honest with you, Mike McCarthy to me is the type of coach that you might could get some information from, but not hiring. Period. Just you could get some information and not hiring. And Andre Mosley, there it is. I can tell you how bad Jerry wanted to win in the 90s. Andre said, how bad do the Cowboys want to win? I knew how bad they wanted to win in the 90s. Jerry said there's no substitute for winning. And Jerry commenced to going out and getting nothing but the best players. Milton Green said Mike McCarthy was the second I think he's saying best paid coach at $4 million. Wait, maybe you're saying least. He was the second least paid coach. What kind of power is that? He doesn't get paid a lot of money. He doesn't. Especially when you're talking about a Super Bowl winning coach. I mean, you're talking about a Super Bowl winning coach. Freddie says Cowboys leadership committee, which are 7 players considered to be leaders on the team, that hold player-only meetings, met with the players, and they agreed they want Mike back. Man, I'm just telling you. Sometimes people, sometimes you got to save people from themselves. You do. And I would not be allowing players to make a decision like that. 70s fan says if no team wants Mike McCarthy, woo! There it is, 70s fan. You better say it again. 70s fan. '70s fan, this is an excellent point. If no team wants Mike McCarthy, Jerry has him right where he wants him. Boom. Again, 70s fan, people do not understand football business. This is why I continue to say, I truly believe Todd Francis had evidence of teams that would sign Dak Prescott because there's no other way you sign him. You got to have evidence and you got to have his stats, his record, everything. All of that comes into play. Who's available in the draft the next season? All of that comes into play. Who's available in free agency? All that comes into play. And I believe that's one of the things that came into play. It don't matter if you sign Dak, you're going to sign somewhere else. Mike McCarthy. If nobody wants Mike McCarthy, why would Jerry pay him? Why would he pay him? Why would he pay him? Milton says we're going to be the same type of team next season. I believe so, too, if we don't do something different. Wilson says, honestly, what great coach will come to the Cowboys? It's catch-22 and deal with Jerry Jones' BS. Answer that question, honestly. I said it before. I said it early in the season, Wilson. What coach would want to come here? I said it before. Only way a coach comes here is he's going to have to sign a prenuptial agreement saying this is what is going to happen if I be the coach. I'm going to do it my way. And for every time you meddle in something, and if you fire me, not only are you going to pay me the remainder of my contract, you're going to pay me an extra $3 million on top of it. I mean, you got to put some stipulations in. You have to put some stipulations in. But 70s fan, I'm telling you, man, you just said something because people do not understand. If the Cowboys re-sign Mike McCarthy, they're going to have to give him money, power, respect. They have to. They'll have to give him money, power, respect. Because they're going to have to tell him what they're going to do before they sign him. They will. Lewis said the Bears want Mike McCarthy because they want to win 12 games. You know what, Lewis? As bad as they are, they'll take them 12 games. They'll take them 12. They'll take them 12 games because they're a losing organization. Milton Green, I agree with you. I think that Ben Johnson is off the table because if Ben Johnson messes around and win the Super Bowl, Ben is going to want $10, $15 million. He's already said as much. I think it was 13 he wanted last year. He mess around and win the Super Bowl, man, it's going to be a wrap. And Ben, and I think Bieniemy should, and I talked about Eric Bieniemy, I think he should have did the same thing that Ben Johnson is doing. Man, you just stay on the winning team and keep racking up wins, playoff wins and Super Bowls. And you'll be eventually somebody going to give Ben Johnson exactly what he wants. Exactly what he wants. Milton says Mike McCarthy just will not run the ball. There it is. He won't run the ball. He will not run the ball. That's the problem. Doesn't use his speed players. And he don't use them, Milton, until there's nothing to play for. I can't with Mike McCarthy, man. I can't, Milton. I can't. They need something different. They need something different on this team. Kelvin Bryan said Jerry just wants a coach to kiss his butt. Well, I can tell you this. Mike is doing it. Mike is doing it. Jay Recruiter says it's a modern version of the traditional West Coast offense. That's it. That wants to run and use play action and quick passes to get defenses running every which way. And Jay Recruiter, he's already said as much. He wants these 15-play drives. Man, you got to have 6 to 8 of these big plays, though. You got to have them, because if not, you're just not going to win. Too many of the Cowboys' drives are ending in field goals. Lewis says it doesn't matter what offense we run if we don't build up the offense with weapons. Yep. Nisi said Michael has drunk the Kool-Aid. Oh, Nisi, he is messing all the way up. All the way up. See, Michael Parsons is going to be the poster child for why you don't do what he's doing. He's going to be the poster child for it. And why you don't think other players have had these ideas? You better listen to these agents. They've dealt with these owners a lot, and they know they're cutthroat. And they know you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. They know, Nisi. Great comment. Jay Recruiter. Mike Zimmer's not 100% in this. Nope. Mike might be retiring, man. Mike Zimmer got him a Maxim model. That's his granddaughter, Jay Recruiter. Maybe you making a joke. Because if I'm not mistaken, that's his fiance. Freddie said he's a player. Sanders fan said, I thought that was Bill Belichick. Now, Mike Zimmer done got him a little, she's a model, man. Yeah. Troy said that she flipping us off. She holding that ring. Neezy, I said the same thing. Neezy, you know why they got him airbrushed? Cause that look like his granddaughter. Got all them wrinkles on his face with that young hair, but I ain't mad at him. I ain't mad at him. They grown. She in her 40s. Hey. The real fair one said if a woman can't deal with a man coach and kick rocks, don't make a man feel about what he wants to do. Yeah, some women can do it, but it's tough on them marriages, though. It is. Dangling, what's going on? He said, I just want to say about this Cowboys offseason. I think the Cowboys have to be aggressive, but all eyes will be on Mike McCarthy if he wants to be back in Dallas. Yep. Zimmer used, I'm NFL. Zimmer used, I'm an NFL coach's pickup line. She knows what it is. And don't think for a second the Bill Belichick girlfriend don't know what he is. Man, older men. Man, my cousins, I remember growing up. Older men, I mean, the girl don't even have to be physical. If she'll just go out to eat with them sometime, man, they'll trick off all kinds of money. I don't know. Lil Wayne said it ain't tricking if you got it. Freddie. Nah, I'm not into his personal relationship, because like I said, it don't bother me. She old, he old, she young. But I am saying I think that their personal relationship may have a bearing on him wanting to coach. Might not want to coach. Might want to spend the rest of his, hey, I want to just spend time with my beautiful bride. So now I'm not really into the personal stuff, but you got to understand it does play a part. Because like I said, man, he's older, man. He's 68 years old. He might not want to coach no more. I mean, man, how long do you want to coach? Who wants to deal with all this stuff? I wouldn't. Neezy said, Michael talks too much. You can't tell him a secret. Boy, hey, sister, you better believe it. You better believe it. Jay Recruiter, he signed with the Chargers tonight. Who? Zeke? Yeah, because if I'm not mistaken, if he didn't sign, there was a deadline that Zeke had to sign, or else he couldn't be signed later. So it don't matter. They're not going to use Zeke. You never know though. Maybe they can use him right. Probably a Harbaugh move, bringing in a veteran guy. But we'll see how it turns out. Freddie, flip them switches. Yes, they will. They're going to have to. Yeah, Daniel Lynn, we're going to start the mock drafts here pretty soon. But we're definitely going to give some time to the playoffs. Neat said Zeke better be on the practice squad. I would be pissed if I was on that team. We did all the work to get there and you did nothing. Oh, I'm with you. I'm with you. Kevin Bryant. I got a feeling that Trey Lance is going to get an opportunity somewhere. Niecy said Mike is throwing the rock and hide his hands. Woo, Clay. Dak's injury saved Mike McCarthy's job this year. Woo, didn't think about that. Man, you might be right. You might be right on that. Didn't think about that one. Niecy said Freddie Jerry said at his press conference that he's in the coaches' meetings after every game. Yep, he did. Crazy talk. God, it's crazy talk. Daniel M. Trey Lance did good enough for me to say he's not going to be with the Cowboys next year. I just think if you look at the draft, and I'm going to do a video about this soon. I just think if you look at the draft, I would take Trey Lance over any quarterback after Cam Ward. And with what the scouts are saying about Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, I think that some of these teams need to give us serious thought to maybe bringing in a Trey Lance. and waiting a couple of years on a better draft. I mean, if Cooper Rush is what some of these people say he is, why not bring in a Cooper Rush? Sam Darnold will be on the cutting board too. I might do something different. So much for training camp competitions, because he said it himself that there would be competitions, but I'm glad you brought that up. Let's see here. All right, guys. I'm going to be back tomorrow, and I think tomorrow I got a couple of more topics to bring up that I didn't bring up tonight. But tomorrow, for sure, I want to start looking at the 30 free agents the Cowboys have to sign. And we're going to talk about who should they sign. That's what we'll be talking about tomorrow. And I'm pretty sure now that someone's brought up Ezekiel Elliott, that is definitely going to be at the top of my list. I want to talk about the fact the Chargers sound Ezekiel Elliott. That's crazy talk to me. All right, guys, I appreciate you. Let me read the last 4 comments here. Simmons fan says, Z, you said that when they asked Jerry Jones about the Eagles and Lions, he said they better get it. Could he mean they better get it because the Cowboys are coming back? Well, he was saying it because Jerry wants to be proven right. Because if you sign all those players and you don't win, then what did you do it all for? And so Jerry wants to be right and then justifying himself in doing it Jerry's way. I'm telling you, man, we got to see these 2 teams be successful. Okay, I'll check it out, Louis Bailey. All right, guys, till tomorrow, till next time. Let's talk Cowboys. We talk facts. Peace.